there?
Nope, I don't need it.
Everyone says.
Someone clip that so I can turn What an Easy Game into a sound clip and a redemption.
Okay, who am I fouling with? And why am I fouling a goblin? Because why not?
Take me out to the board game. Take me out to the nerds. Buy me some meeples and booster packs. I don't care if I ever go back. So it's root, root, root for the blue player. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's one night werewolf, you're out at the old board game.
Ferdinand would go before he would have anyway.
Rip. So is that smoking thing starting a fire?
There is fire on the stairs, yeah.
My heart's telling me I have to go up and get everything before it burns. But I'm just like, man.
Well, half of my brain is going, what happened to the rest of the people in the goddamn
right?
thing?
Like, where is everybody?
Yeah.
Like, that's been a lot.
You could pretty easily assume everybody in the tavern is awake.
Right.
Screaming and everything.
So are they going to put out the fire?
Slowed out, didn't have my scanner in my butt. Well, happens to the best of us, I suppose. Let's take you out. Whoa, that was bad. Oh, whoa, whoa! Hotsy motsy. Those got real close. This free loadout is a weapon that I was not used to. Uh-oh! Let's go! Where is he? Let's get him! Let's get him! Shoot him in the head! Ha! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! We got him! Ah! Now we got this to deal with. Let's get his gun. Shane, I can't believe you just did that though. Ah! Oh no, knives only. You're right. Oh, nuts. Good thing we're out of ammo. Oh, I think that means we have to do another knife run though. Oh, nuts. I think that means we have to do another knife run though. This must be like a little haven. This must be like a little haven.
There's no dousing fire.
This must be like a little haven. All right, dude, we're getting so creepy here. All right, dude, we're getting so creepy here. Maybe there's some stuff to loot. Not really. Just rotten tomatoes. Maybe there's some stuff to black oleander. Really, just rotten tomatoes. All sorts of rotting baskets. Oh, there's some shoes there. All sorts of rotting baskets. Oh, there's some shoes there. All sorts of rotting baskets. Nah, super stellar.
Whatever you want here. My girlfriend told me our neighbor always kisses his wife when he goes to work and asks why I don't do that. I told her that I don't even know her.
I like that. I liked that. For invisible elves.
Tom, let me tell you.
Huh?
If you think Thursdays are depressing, you should just wait 2 more days. It will be a sadder day.
All right. All right, I didn't see the ending of that one coming, actually. I was like, why? What's going on Saturday? So, yeah, all right. I'll allow it. That was good. Yeah, but my dad told my wife that never happened, and I felt so gaslit, so thank you. Can you please text her and tell her that was a real thing? Tell her to come on this stream right now, and I will tell her. No cap. Hey Mario, loads of people use things called a door to go in and out of their houses. Oh, got him. She's at work. Okay. It was a wild. It turned into a block. Alright, so we have 2 crits because we have a skull and a regular crit. Which ones are the ones you rolled?
These are the 4 that I rolled.
Okay. Alright, so you're blocking 1 so far. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna dazer.
Okay.
We do trigger the flurry.
Beautiful.
And we get a medium move as well.
Okay.
So we do the 1 damage to a dazer.
Okay.
Because we daze somebody, we're gonna trigger Fuck! Wait, hold on, help me! Help me, Tom Cruise! No, don't jump! I'm gonna pull the whole instance if I jump over with this. No, there's 2 of them! No, stop! No! No! Couldn't have happened to a better guy. Male.
Hey Tom, I
Okay.
just got another dog.
Yeah?
I got him from a blacksmith.
Oh, nice.
As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. Also, it is Thor's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Thor. Happy birthday to you. And
Beans. Oh my goodness. Greeted immediately with beans.
Sweet.
Incredible. Incredible.
According to Slavic mythology, a chicken coop only has 2 doors because if it had 4 it would be a sedan.
I'm gonna fully admit, like, I get, like, all of that information makes sense. I think I'm missing the punchline. Oh, a coop. A chicken coop. Oh, okay, I got it. That took me a second. That's pretty good, actually. I'm gonna have to remember that one. That one's pretty good. Oh, that's good. All right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe not, Rylan. You might be right about that. Let me grab the other models. Yeah, she did actually ask that. You probably have no idea what she just said because I walked across the room, and that's how microphones work. But she said that the first thing she asked me when she came home was did Rylan come to any of the streams? To which you did. You came to the. I know you at least went to the Star Omen one. How many bits for Kara to take over the stream? I don't know. How many bits?
I don't think that'd be a very good stream. Well, I'll just be here.
I mean, she'll do such interesting things like braiding My Little Pony toys. I was gonna say statues. I'm not sure it's a statue.
If we're gonna bloody it up, it makes sense to me that her hair should be kind of, contained.
Sure.
And I'm still working on my Nephilim, but that's, because I haven't been here.
Because she abandoned all of you guys.
He's gonna look so much fun. I love his little, green teal eyes. They make me happy. Are you gonna show off your blood?
Yeah, I just like to let people get in. Because I'm gonna do the intro part of this, and then there's only 5 people here.
Is braiding My Little Pony hair.
That's true. that's true.
I bet nobody is braiding it and then putting blood on it. That's the plan.
That's aggressive marketing. That's for sure. Your ignorance ruined my dumb joke. I don't think I ruined that. I'm pretty sure my stupidity made that joke considerably better, sir.
Look at how perfect that braid is.
How many bits from you? According to okay. She desperately wants attention for this, I guess. So we're doing this, I guess.
So I'm gonna make a Malifaux board for Dylan's event, and I'm gonna make it be creepy bad child orphanage. So if you've made it to, I think it's episode 37 of the Breachside broadcast, you'll know what I'm talking about. So they're gonna be bloody toys. Dylan didn't get to play with My Little Ponies as a kid. You can tell because he's investigating it.
Yeah, you can tell by the look on my face, the extreme investigation. Doing me a mystery. Doing me a big mystery right now. Okay. So we were blessed by CB, Corvus Belli, to be allowed to buy the Operation Sandstorm box significantly earlier than when it released in order to paint on the stream and to do demos for it. Doing demos for you guys, I would do it if you're close, but I think most of the people I talk to on here, other than the people that play at the same store, aren't exactly local. Speaking of the devil, Mike is very much a local. Mike, do you want an Infinity demo? I was gonna say, do you want an Infinity demo? Which, now that I think about it, the box doesn't even... I guess there are demo stats online, but I just realized that the book doesn't come with... It actually doesn't come with rules. That's interesting, actually. Huh.
Bobby's getting horny.
I guess that yeah, as soon as he gets on camera.
He's not on camera, but I can tell.
The fluffer comes out of him. Am I going to be at PAX? I would like to be. PAX this year, because it's usually... Yeah, PAX Unplugged. I'm assuming you're talking about Unplugged. I don't usually go to East. I think East already happened. Yeah, I suppose. Because I think PAX Unplugged is usually like... I know it's always cold. I want to say it's like November or something like that.
Yeah.
Is it November?
1st of November.
Yeah, I know it's in Philly. Yeah, Philadelphia. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, bro, that place.
So gross.
Awful. I was actually looking at some statistics for like one of the worst cities in the United States to live in, and Philly was like 4th. Yeah, it's December. That's right. Yeah, that's right, because it's like a couple weeks before Everwinter, and they specifically were like, "Oh yeah, we want to change the when Everwinter is because we're getting too much competition from PAX," which I think is. I don't think it's going to work to their advantage, but be there or be stupid, Doc. You can be both. That's true. I would like to be. As far as I'm aware, other than money, nothing will stop me.
Yeah, the biggest shit of PAX Unplugged is that it's in Philly. There's nothing there, and hotels are expensive.
Yeah, because when I went there the first time, running a tournament bracket for shittiest metro in America.
Right?
Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, let's just say I'm not a huge fan of the area, but I thought the con hall was fine. Message me after having offer. Oh, okay, well, sweet.
There's no hotels near the con hall.
Yeah, that's one of the big disadvantages of specifically PAX Unplugged is that the con hall itself is not really close. There's no like. There's definitely no hotels that are attached for sure. There might be some that are closer than what I had because mine was like 4 or 5, maybe more blocks away. It was quite a walk.
3-star minimum for hotels. I don't feel safe staying anything in less than a 3-star. So if it's like pulling a 1 or a 2-star.
Gotta say, Bird Teeth, Philadelphia is full of is the city of contenders in that situation.
Did you show everybody our shelves that I made for you?
No, I did actually. I did. Bobby. My brain abandoned me. Welcome to the stream. Whatever the heck we're talking about. I would like to sum up. Yes, I would like to go to PAX. Whether that be sleeping. When I went the first time, that's what I was gonna say. I didn't have to really pay for a hotel room because some buddies that I had just kind of recently got familiarized with up here because I had gone the year we moved up here. I'm pretty sure, and I think one of the reasons why I could go was because I wasn't fully working yet. There was something like that, or I got like time off or something like that. I forget the exact reasoning for it, but some buddies of mine had already got a hotel room, so I had just asked, "Can I sleep on the floor?" So I slept on the floor under a table, and I built like a little bedding cocoon, and so I took all the beds from because we had multiple beds. Well, I guess we still do, but we had like this guest room where we lived when all this was happening, and I just built like a bed cocoon thing underneath a table out of all of the sheets from that bed. So it was great. It was fine. I mean, I'm a chiro, so like my back could take that kind of stuff. And I'll usually just wake up and just kind of crack it out, and I'll be like, all right, off we go. My buddy and I did our first Gen Con this year. Gen Con's a lot of fun. and we'd stayed at an America's extended stay hotel. It was a nightmare. They were turning people away. We had to take our room without sheets or towels. That's rough. They ran out of toilet paper. Excellent. The manager walked off the job in the middle of the first night. Nice.
So I'm thinking I probably should paint white spots before I put blood on this.
Why is that?
Because of that.
I feel like that's a lot of effort for just terrain. I'm not saying. I mean, you can try it. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference since it's not the same scale as a model. It kind of, it sort of depends on what you're trying to do. I think that's a lot of effort for a piece of terrain, but it's your board, so you can do whatever you want.
So do I just like slap the red stuff on, or?
Yeah, you're just gonna put, yeah.
Like just dip it out of the pot. I don't need to like mix it on here.
Yeah, no. You went to Philly once? That's fun. Good job, Mike. I knew you could do it. Well done. Oop, I got a message. What is it you want to use? It was to go to a museum, but couldn't go because someone stole the Declaration of Independence. Did you run? Did you at least run up the stairs and do the Rocky thing on top? Because that's the staircase in the movie. Is the Museum of Natural History? I think that's the famous thing.
I thought that was like a courthouse in
Philly. Philadelphia Museum of Art. Yeah, Museum of Art. Natural History is New York. It's
well, there's probably
New York City.
There's more than one natural history museum.
New York City.
There's one in DC. There's one in Chicago.
Okay, so we are going to paint Infinity stuff. I was trying to finish this model before the stream, so I'm just going to do the last little bits to wrap it up. This is the Alleyway Echo from Malfa. While we wait for more people to show up. We are going to be painting Infinity, I promise. It's all here. It's all ready. But I know that usually the beginning of the stream is always a little on the slower side, so I'll wait for everybody to kind of catch up. But I was trying to do a new idea, which was the Alleyway Echo is supposed to be just this like blood monster thing. So I decided to do some... Hi, Dan!
Danny boy! Thanks for joining!
How's it going there, Mr. X-Paxis? It's always good to see you, bud. So what I did was I used some of the black fourth edition or whatever the heck it's called. Sure.
This right here?
Yeah, this. And I covered it up and I left some spots that were white. I was just doing a little experimenting because I'm going to use Tamiya Clear Red, which is my usual blood color of choice just because of the way it is. The way the transparency of the red is. So, I'm just going to finish this real fast because I had to go back. I went back in with a little bit of Monument Hobby transparent white in order to lighten up some areas because it was a little dark. And it did pretty much what I was wanting to do. So that's good.
Transparent white?
Yeah, from Monument Hobbies.
I want to use some of that to highlight my demon here. Sounds useful. Look at that, Dr.D selling me a new idea. Right here on the stream.
It's good for the fluorescence for sure. But anyway, yeah, Tamiya Clear Red is definitely my blood effect thing of choice.
Puppy, lay down. You're in such a panic. I don't typically ever brag about myself. Total lie. I brag about myself all the time. But I just mixed this paint and it was like a perfect match to the paint I did 2 weeks ago. Like, what are the chances? I was like, I'm gonna have to repaint this whole model, and I put it down and I was like, wow. I'm gonna put my glasses on. Maybe I'm blind.
Doing well. Is it slower side because it's just me and I tilt the statics for slowness? Is it slower side? I don't know what you're talking about.
Like,
Yeah, it looks like a slaughterhouse floor spawning a blood golem. That's kind of what I was going for, yeah.
I think he was trying to say a different word and not get banned. Not slower side, but something else that's, dangerous and people should never do to themselves.
Yeah, I got it. That makes no sense in the context of that sentence.
Okay, well.
You said the beginning of the stream is slow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got you. Did you move my black? It's right there. I got it. It looks like a slaughterhouse floor spawning up. That's kind of, yeah, bird teeth. That's kind of what I was going for. I was gonna do some fancy like actual city basing, and then I realized that it was gonna be a lot of work in the way that the composition of the model is.
It works. It looks like he's just coming out of a blood.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, and quite honestly, I was like, you know what? I just need something easy to finish. So I went in and I did that.
I think it looks awesome. I'm a big Dr.D fan.
So I just got to finish this base, and then he's all done, and then we can get started. So if you're here for Infinity, don't worry, we are doing Infinity. This was just a little quick aside that I wanted to finish, and I figured it would only take a couple minutes.
So, when you're done with that, I'd like your advice on what you think this model needs. I think it probably needs some highlights. I need to bring some highlights up, so thoughts on that. White or transparent? White. I don't know. Do you put this transparent white on your palette, or do you put it in a pot?
Put it on your palette. I usually don't paint it on. So I either use it in an airbrush to like lighten something up for like something to do with the airbrush, or I mix it with whatever I'm using, unless I'm using like a transparent color, because it just kind of lightens it up. And there you go. That's a
bloody goo.
He's a goo monster man.
That's
and
awesome.
I used a little transparent white in there to kind of give it a little more of a lighter feel up here towards the face, to give it a little bit of volume.
I don't know what holder he's using, guys.
Overall.
They're asking about your holder.
This holder, I actually have no idea where it came from. I got it from Jesse, from Fury's Finest, when I was painting stuff for him. He sent me like a bunch of these things.
Kind of looks like lightsabers too.
They're definitely, yeah, sort of. They're definitely 3D printed. I can ask him. You know what? I'll ask him. And I'll get back to you as soon as he tells me.
Yeah, I think you could 3D print it, and then I think Dylan magnetized them.
No, they came magnetized.
Well, they came magnetized. That would be hard to 3D print a magnet, I think, but.
Yeah, I don't think you could do that unless you
Okay, so
had different materials.
when you're done with them, what do you think I should do? Do I need more highlights to bring it up?
So I would do the opposite. I would go down. So he's very, very bright. I would find some spots in here to really darken up.
Okay.
Just to like enhance
The crevice.
the
crevice
to
look.
to give it more like volume, I guess. Probably a good way to put it.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah, but they're neat. They're all like connectable and all that. I don't know, they're kind of mixed. Like this one's interesting. I usually use this one when I'm using an airbrush, or when you want to like prime, because you can just lay them out and hit them up. But you got to make sure they have magnets, otherwise they won't stick. Obviously, it doesn't take a genius.
He didn't used to use it very much, and now that we magnetize more, he uses it.
It just kind of depends on what I'm doing. It looks like a saber of light variety. Yes, you're absolutely right. Rather than a heavy saber. Yeah, yes, correct. But yeah, there you go. That is an odd looking one. What type of home? What is the new Infinity model? Nosebleed that got out of hand. Yeah, for sure. It's a new technology, Pano. You just punch people in the nose until you find the chosen one. I love you, Daddy. You said the beginning. Okay, so what are we gonna be painting today? What are we painting today, Dad? So we're gonna be painting some JSA models, the new JSA models that come in the new Operation Sandstorm box, and we also have the pre-order model, which is called a. I did pull this aside. It's called a Yamabushi monk, which is a real sect of like monks that live in mountains. Am I painting Ajax? I'm not gonna paint Ajax today. He is here. He's almost done. He's been almost done forever, and he's just kind of been sitting here staring at me. But you know, life gets complicated. Neato. I use pill bottles, but that's neat looking. Yeah, the pill bottle. I used to do the pill bottle thing. The GW ones are perfect. They're expensive, but I've used them so much. I've gotten my monies.
This red one is my favorite. I love the red one.
I don't even know if they still sell these. I'm on the perpetual one stream streak. Yeah, dude. Yeah, careful with the mentioning the stream streak thing. Some people get a little spicy about that. I love you, Daddy. Rather than have you say, are you painting Ajax, Neato, yo, you got me. Yamabama Ding Dong Monk got me. Boo. Boo. All right, so this guy I will be painting a little bit differently than the rest of the army because the Yamabushi monks are like a monk sect. In real life, they lived up in the mountains and they like traveled around just helping people, which is pretty similar with other monk sects. But this model is probably one of my favorites that CB's ever done. It's a really, really cool model. I think the white primer does it a little bit disservice, but it's a really, really fantastic model. I'm a big fan of this thing. I'm really hoping bows become even better in the new edition. I think bows are actually pretty good as of now. There's just not a lot. It's always a little held back by the profiles that have them, but I do think bows are really cool. It'd be cool to see them more. Bows are cool. That's true. I have one of those as well, but also paint a lot that won't fit in those holders, so large bottles work great. Yeah, that's the one issue with the MCP stuff is they definitely stretch it out. Like the bases are so much bigger. Hey, Junk. The bases are so much bigger that you really go through the springs on these things. But yes, I figure you paint stuff that's a little bit bigger. That's why they make the bigger one. I'm not sure if you have this one, but they do have a bigger one. This is where I usually paint my monsters and bikes, usually. Especially bow tie. Yeah, those are my favorite noodles. I do love a good bow tie noodle. Anyway, but these are the Senku, I think is how you pronounce it. Senku is Japanese for pioneer, I think is what it means in Japanese. I'll stretch you out through chiropractic stuff I'll learn. Yeah. Chunk, what are you doing? You big fuzzball. You sniffing. You sniff some. Oh, yeah, good Chunk. The benevolent cliff monk. Yes. They keep getting streak stopper streams when I just cannot. I have one in Hulk. Chunk is beyond adorable. You have no idea. If you ever meet him in person, he's an absolute gem of a dog. He's great. But yeah, I started doing some work on him just to start kind of laying out color scheme. We're going to be doing the Spider Clan paint scheme, which I've already done once before. Not on stream, but I have shown off the model. It's going to be black, white, and red. Black is going to be like the armor color, white is going to be all the cloth, and red is going to be like the spot color. And this is going to be roughly based off of the L5R Spider Clan, if anybody has any idea what I'm talking about there. I'll be out next week just to meet the pup. If I dry, listen. I wish I could bring Chunk to stuff. Maybe if I get a booth at a con, I can just say he's a therapy dog. Just bring him there and just leave him places.
You could take him anywhere and say he's a therapy dog if you just work with him a little bit. He's a pretty good dog.
But here are the Pano models. These are the Fennec Fusiliers. The Fennec are it's a fox in North Africa, which I think is roughly what Rommel was based on because they all call them the Desert Fox. I'm pretty sure they were referring to a Fennec. Write him a doctor's note. I might be able to do that. So yeah, This is actually, I'm a huge fan of these. I actually already like the look of Fusiliers, but as soon as you put a model with a T-ball cap, I'm in. I'm a T-ball, T-cap, T-ball. Like an army cap. It's more of an army cap than a T-ball, but the models really, really good. I'm a big fan of these. Big fan of the Fenix. These are probably some of the... This box definitely has some of the best looking baseline troopers. Your basic, what you would call like a cheerleader. The cheerleader models in this box are extremely top notch. They're really, really good. And I really appreciate that the Senku are much bigger than the Kyotsu. They're much bigger, which I think is really cool. They kind of scale them up. The Kyotsu models, I believe, are a little older. I don't know when that action pack came out, so I assume they must be like at least 5 years old. This is Black AIR, Black Air. This is probably my favorite sculpt in the box. It's a really cool model. I built everything out of the box. I haven't built the terrain yet, but all the models are built. And I built a lot of JSA stuff in the past couple days. Like here's Shinobu. This arm is an absolute friggin' nightmare. I hated it. I hated every second of it. But Shinobu is built, and I'm hoping to be playing some games with JSA here pretty soon. And I love Shinobu. Shinobu's going to be in lots of lists. Or she's not going to be in a bunch of lists because I didn't deploy her. I didn't use her. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about why I'm rolling that the Fizz roll for an infiltration roll. Could be anybody. But yeah, this is the Black AIR with I believe this is either a marksman rifle or a sniper rifle from the Pano look. And I'm a really big fan of the new Pano style of these like turbine type backpacks. They're really cool. I'm a big fan of this. And the theme of the box is everybody's running around in the desert, shooting at each other. Man, self-reported. I self-reported my Shinobu. Beware the fact that I have a Shinobu. But the Black AIR, yeah, black. I don't know if it's Black Air or if you're supposed to refer to them as AIRs. But these guys are supposed to be another like Black Op unit that travels around and works with law enforcement and with criminals in order to get the job done. They're like an intelligence service. They're kind of like a CIA type thing for Pano. This is the model all the JSA people have been waiting for. This is the Hatamoto Guard. This is the Imperial Guardsman for the Emperor. This guy, if you look at his rules, this guy is... he's so good. 38 points, and I think he makes 4 orders by himself.
So
it's insane.
Nerfed in a couple of years.
That's fine. I'll have plenty of time to use them. Yeah, this model really, really cool. Let's see if I can get a little closer. There you go. A lot of these models have the putting your foot on a box syndrome, which is fine. The way I'm doing the basing, I could probably just cut these off and replace it with rocks, which is funny because I'd actually prefer a rock over a box. But you know, whatever. Yeah, really, really cool models. I love the swords. The swords are absolutely sick. This pose is really cool. That's a very large rifle to just kind of be holding and shooting one-handed. But you know, if you're gonna do it, you know, do it right. You know. Tactical rocks for the win. 4. Yeah, he makes 4 orders because I think he's got a regular order. You can make him a lieutenant. He can be a lieutenant plus 1 order, and he also has the new TAC aware rule, combat awareness or whatever it's called, tactical prowess or something like that. But he can make 4 orders for himself. It's pretty good. Which it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be a lot of NCO in the new JSA sectorial. Which I think that you're going to see this guy. Even if they don't take the lieutenant version of him, you're going to see this guy. He's very, very good. Very competitive for the price, points-wise, at least as of now, with our 4th edition knowledge. But we'll see. Obviously, the new editions is going to be lots of interesting stuff that happens for sure. This is the Scarecrow. This is actually a pretty cool model. I haven't seen anything definitely in Pano that's quite like him. He has this like shawl thing over his head that looks, it's like some kind of like It's not a cloak. It's like a it's like a poncho. It's like a tactical poncho, which is pretty interesting. Hi, Chunk. Hi, Chunk. You smell my feet? You smell my feeters? My feet? This is going to be another like stealth model for sure. Apparently these guys have something in their cubes that make it so they can't reverse engineer it. So, what's wrong, Chunk? I'm so sorry. You gotta be so sad all the time. We just mistreat you all the time. But, yeah, really, really cool sculpt. I'm a big fan of this one. You're going to hear me say that a lot. I think every model in this box was a banger. Junk.
You're fine.
These are the... I think these are Tankos. I was building them, and they've been sitting on my desk forever, and I keep forgetting to put them on bases. But those are done, too. I built this big idiot. It's called an Arroyo. This is the new tag. Let me rephrase that. This is the new sculpt for the older tag. I haven't built the new tag yet, which is the little Gundam. But I love this model. This model was way easier to build than I thought it was going to be.
Wait, you love that model too?
What? Oh, I get what you're saying. This isn't even in the new box, and I love it. It's a really cool sculpt. Way easier to build than I thought it was going to be. So if you're looking to get into JSA, don't worry about the tags. The tags aren't a big deal. Okay, this guy, I don't remember his name. Carrot, have to go get the little book. But the idea is that this is a samurai who was a veteran of the uprising, and they are colonizing the new planet, and they're supposed to be like a reserve. It's essentially like a reservist. It's a samurai reservist that pioneered on this is like colonized the new planet, and is yeah, he's colonizing the new planet, and takes up arms whenever the JSA government needs them, which I can show you exactly what they're called. They're called the Jizamurai Hanryoden. I'm sorry that I offended a bunch of people in probably multiple languages on that one. I apologize. But yeah, really, really sick. Big fan. Big fan of the cybernetic samurai thing going on with the new sectorial. It's a big fan. This is a Griffin. This is the new Pano heavy infantry guy. It's essentially just a guy in orc armor with better skills and a new backpack. These guys are gonna, I'm assuming, gonna be the new. They're definitely gonna be the pain train model for the new KFC, the Kestrel Force. By the way, Bird Teeth brings up a very good point. If you've ever played Pano, you're gonna know exactly what I'm about to say. These little ear antenna were awful because they used to be separate, and you'd have to used to plink them off and put them on there. It was absolutely awful. I don't know if they've changed this for the new models, but the back of the head has the antenna attached, so it is significantly easier to build than what I remember when I was playing Pano like way back in the day. So the new ear antenna, way easier to use. Yeah, I do like the little ear antenna. It's very Pano. It's been around forever. But this guy's got the HMG. This guy's going to be walking around shooting things. I'm assuming, based on the lore for the Griffins, that they're going to be orc troopers with a couple extra like skills. You offended my German and Icelandic languages. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mike. Please don't yell at me. This is another Tanko. But I guess, actually, as an aside, we could compare the old sizes to the new sizes. As you can see, the Hatamoto is a little bit bigger. So I think the entire... he's about the same size. Maybe a tiny bit bigger. I do think that the models all got like a slight scale increase, especially in the leg and pants area. Like the pants are all like way more bushy. Bushy, not by bushy, like poofy. And that might just be because of the new look they're going for with the desert stuff, because you want the pants to be a little bit more flowy, I guess. All right, this is the new Ninja for JSA. They're called. I know it means monkey on the roof in Japanese. They're called Nokazaru. Sick paint job. Yeah, it's called Monkey on the Roof. It's another great skull. All these models went together really, really well, by the way. There was nothing that was like too difficult to do. Yeah, your brush is going to be annihilated. Really, really cool unit. I'm really curious to see what these guys' rules are. I would like a new kind of ninja. This is another one of those examples, though, of he's got his foot up on something. I don't know what that is. It looks like something out of Sea Army, but we'll see. I might chop it off and just put a rock there, so I don't have to paint. it. Okay, this is the new Drop Trooper for Pano. This one I actually forgot the name of. Yeah, Banshee. That's what they're called. So it's a Banshee. I think it's going to be similar to probably like a Crusader Brethren if I had to make a choice. Probably a Crusader Brethren-esque without religious. Really, it's another cool model. This is probably the weaker of all the ones, but I actually really enjoy the new way they've been doing these jump troopers, where they attach their leg to something, but they're like actually suspended in the air. I think that's pretty inspired. So good job on CB for that one. And then the last one, the Raiden is back. Look at that. They disappeared and now they returned. It is the Raiden, which is a Rocket Boy. I'm not sure if I don't remember if they had hidden deployment, but they definitely pop out and they're like, boom, I got a rocket. You take this. So if you have a hidden deployment missile somewhere, if you got the old Noctifer trick going on, your sectorial can't be half bad. If you got access to the Noctifer. They did, okay, yeah. So this is going to be another one of those Noctifer things, which is good because JSA's biggest weakness, I think, has just been bad, soft and hard AROs, and the Raiden fits that absolutely perfect. So the Raiden is going to be super helpful. It'd be cool if Raidens are in both of the new sectorials. We definitely know they're at least in the Sudan Yankee, I think it's what it's called. The Jizza Murray, I think it might be what the new one's called, because they have a fancy name for it, which are the people that protect the new planet. Yeah, the Shinden Butai, which are the people that protect the specifically new planet of Shinju. Shinju, which is like a desert hellhole. Where there's like there's dune worms, which is sick. So they can make scenarios and stuff with some of the monsters that came out of Tag Raid. They are Jezebels. I guess they could be. I don't know. I haven't talked to them personally. I don't know their preference for that kind of stuff. I can ask them and I'll get back to you.
They might be thoughts.
That's true. They might be. Yeah, they might be thoughts. Did it work?
I ended up just kind of smearing it with my fingers because I thought that looked a little more realistic.
Yeah.
Got some, like...
So Kara's gonna make a board of this, of like blood-soaked toys for the Dreamers.
No, it's not a Dreamer story. It's Teddy's story.
No, whatever. Okay, whatever. Innocence, childhood innocence gone wrong.
Yeah.
It's about getting rid of layers.
Yeah, 100%. Shedding layers.
Shedding layers. All about shedding layers. Okay. And if anybody wants to see more of those, just give me a heads up and I can pull them out. But let's actually get the painting. Look at him! Yeah, he did it! I finished the model. Well, sort of. I think I'm gonna do more blood effect strings and stuff on him. But you know, whatever. It's fine. I'll do that off stream. You guys don't have to watch me do that.
So you're doing this one next?
Well, he's kind of on the dock. He's gonna be different than everybody else. Okay, so today I figured we would paint the Senku. Because it's always a good idea to start with the line troopers, because you're going to bring a lot of them, because you need orders. I have not actually played as much Infinity as I would like to have in recent months, mostly because I've been crazy busy. But I am jazzed. I am jazzed to get back to Infinity for sure. And so the art for these guys, they have this like really cool jacket. I think they're Armor 0, which kind of stinks. They got really cool like leg armor. Oh, and there are a couple like alternate paint schemes in here if anybody's interested in that kind of stuff. But these are some of the suggested. I thought this one was really cool. I really dig this like blue-green one. That one's really cool. I think this one would also look really cool. I think it's a little dark. So if somebody wasn't really good about highlighting their colors, this one might come off a little too dark. And that one looks... I love these two. Those two look fantastic. And then the Pano ones look like this. Again, I think this one might be a little too dark. This one might come out a little too dark if somebody doesn't know how to paint it. I absolutely love this yellow one.
Well, they would not know how to paint it because they're watching you, Dr.D.
Yeah, well, I could teach you, I guess, but they're going to take time. This mustard yellow, I think is really, really cool, especially if you're going to do like a desert basing, which is what we're doing. I am probably going to paint the Kestrel Force stuff regular Pano colors, but maybe modify their pants a little bit to give them like desert camo pants, because I've actually never done desert camo pants. I don't know how to paint in general. Well, that's why I'm painting your stuff, isn't it, Mike? Also, I have your model that's finished somewhere. I might get her later, but here's the other model I'm painting for Mike. This is High Stick, who is like a hockey person, I guess. I think he's coming out pretty good. A lot of I went with a different kind of look on this one. The red is much less centralized like most of the other models because almost all of them have my lad, my boy, you're my boy. Was
this the one you painted the purple hair girl?
Yes. Tetra's the other one I painted, which I'll pull her over here next. But yeah, usually for all these models... Did I just not paint the inside of those shorts? Okay, well, guess I gotta go back and do that. I just didn't paint the inside of his shorts there. Just completely missed that. Why am I so stupid? But yeah, I actually really dig this like bubblegum pop thing. I think that's really cool. Kara was nice enough to bring it over here. This is Tetra, who has a big old multi-rocket launcher for some reason.
I love her hair.
Mike, look what I did. I did flames. I did flames on the end of the rocket. I think she came out really good.
I really like her.
Nice. But that's one more model for Mike Dunn. I actually realized I was upstairs trying to take a nap, and like most times when I lay down to take a nap, all the bad thoughts come to me. I forgot to paint the zippers on the backpack, but I'm gonna fix that. She found it. Yeah, I bet she did. I bet she found it in a trash can somewhere. You trust Tetra. You know, that's good. It's good to trust your troopers. Okay, so what we're gonna be doing is for the JSA stuff, I'm gonna go with this really, really deep black. Oh, I was gonna show you guys the jacket. Getting distracted. There's so much going on. Okay, so they have this really cool, I don't know, like sports jacket thing. I don't know how else to describe it. Where the top of it, like the cloak area of it, is one color, and then down the middle, there's like a little inlay that's also that color. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna paint that black. We're gonna paint the armor black. I'm probably gonna go with a brown for the backpacks and stuff just to introduce a new color, and won't be like a super distracting color like if I were to paint it like yellow or whatever. I might paint I'll paint it like a mustardy brown. That might be kind of fun. And then the pants are gonna be black, and I'm gonna do red line. There's gonna be a red line going along the bottom part of the pants because that's really common, like these, like right up here, because that was a common like warrior thing for back in the day. And after that, we'll kind of see where we go. They're all going to be black-haired because, you know, the Japanese people.
It tends to be
Tend to be very black-haired. And all of the ladies for the entire army, I'm gonna give like geisha face paint because I thought that'd be cool. This black is pretty interesting, but it does take a couple layers. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint some of this on here, and then I might go back and paint the skin, something like that, to let it set, and then I'll come back and finish it. I don't recommend doing what I'm doing on a white base, but that was the primer I had, and I'm trying to finish the can. It's almost gone. What are you worried about? You don't even have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, but it's so much fun to tease you for the stream.
But I talked a lot. How are you guys doing? I am beyond excited for the new edition, so any questions about that, I guarantee you I'll have something positive to say. I was on a interview with Danger Planet yesterday. So there's going to actually be a YouTube video here pretty soon where I am going to essentially be the liaison in the Danger Planet channel. I'm going to be the Infinity guy, which is super fun because they are getting into Infinity again, sort of. So more Infinity content to come. And then eventually, maybe one day, me and Michael will actually solidify whatever the heck we're doing. There is a campaign thing in the back of the Infinity lore book that I think might be fun to go through, Mr. Mike. Also, what's your Japanese skin color combo? I'm trying to do it for Nick's Tiger Claws, but I can't get it. So, I went significantly lighter than I usually do because of the Asian skin tone. What I've been doing, usually I would use a much darker base, but what I've been doing is essentially starting at more of a mid-tone. This is Pearl Curl Shadow Flesh is what I've been doing for the base. And then when I use the next thing, which is, I think I use Beige Red. Beige Red I think is good. It still retains a little bit of pink to it. I've also been cognizant of the thought process that they're on a desert planet. So if you don't want to go with this, you might go a little bit more pale. I don't know, I know this is going to sound a little non-PC. You know how they say, Asians are, yellow? I don't necessarily see that. I just think that they're usually a little bit, I don't want to say pale. They're usually just, kind of lighter, I think is the way to put it. I'm not sure pale is the right word. I don't see the yellow thing. That's never been something I've ever actually really seen. But with these guys, I am going to paint them a little bit on the lighter side than the rest of my guys. And in the future, people have been copulating for so long. We're all going to probably look very similar at some point. Japanese are more pale from my research. Yeah, they're definitely more pale, for sure. And I think it's just because of the way the island is. Because it's so, rainy. So that's what I would do, is I would do Shadow Flesh as opposed to, a darker base. The thing you want to avoid, because I'm sure you're not going to put as many layers in it as I do, which is fine, whatever. But you're going to want to avoid brown washes. because they're always inside playing video games. They're not called nerds, Mike. They're called otakus. They're otakus. So I think that this beige red keeps that brightness and the red that I think you need in order to look like a human being. You could also use advanced flesh tone, which is from the Adepticon spray team box, I'm pretty sure. Which I know I have. Yeah, here it is. Which, if nobody's seen it yet, Kara was kind enough to give me this new paint rack, which really helped reduce the clutter on the desk, which is amazing. Big fan. Yeah, it's a slow work in progress. But advanced flesh tone, it's got, maybe if you wanted to, you could actually use this one as your base paint, and then you could work up to a beige red. This one's going to be a little bit brighter even still than the Shadow Flesh. Shadow Flesh has still got a little bit more of that red. And this one even has a little bit of like a yellow addition, which might come off as Asian coloring really well. If anything, I might try it today. Give it a shot. Nope, this is Ben Comet's. This is not the spray team one. I could have swore there was a skin tone one in the. Oh, that was bright. That was bright Shadow Flesh. That's this one. So this would be like a step up from this. I think this one's a little too bright for what I usually do. This might be like a good highlight. Actually, you know what? I'll try that as a highlight. We'll see how it works. But I did read the lore for why the JSA, or I should say the JSA is the army, and the country is called Greater Independent Japan, I think is what the country is now called. After the rebellion thing, which happened like 1 billion years ago, and I feel like we're getting a heck of a lot more lore for now, which is funny. But you know, they had to hash them out, I think, a little bit more because they're a new faction, or full-blown faction coming up. Which I think they announced the release date for the new edition, which I believe is November. It's like November 13th or something like that. It's middle of November. I don't remember the exact day, but it's definitely the middle of it's 100% the middle of November. I'm assuming Mike probably knows the release date. Do you know when it comes out, Mike? I know it's middle of November. I don't know the exact date. I know they announced it. Like actually officially. This guy the guy with this trombone or tuba or whatever he's using needs to calm down. Because he's putting out a banging beat right now.
Banging beat? Can you hear it just by looking at it?
What?
I said, can you hear it just by looking at him?
No, I can hear it in my headset.
Oh, that. Okay. I thought you were talking about the guy you were painting. I was like, really?
You don't? Okay. Well, whatever. If anybody's watching this and they want to know, you can look it up, but it's definitely the middle of November. And this is, I should also note, because some people get like up in arms about this. This is a mixed kit. So the backpack is actually made of resin. If I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it's made of resin. So all of the models are made of metal. There were no S5 models in this box, which is cool. Everything was made out of metal except for, and I think it was only the backpacks on this guy. I think because you can see them. because I hadn't primed these yet. All of the backpacks for these guys are metal. I'm pretty sure the only thing in the entire box that was not metal was the backpacks for the Senku, which are these things, and they look fine. So all we're looking to do right now is just get most of the coverage on the black, just so when I come back and clean up, a lot of it's already done, because I think a lot of this is going to take more than one coat. Because I'm going to come by and do... I'm actually going to finish certain things before I come back and do the black. But I just need to make sure I know where all the colors are going, so that I don't make a boo-boo.
Seems like a smart plan, Dr.D.
Thank you.
I appreciate your process.
Which is funny enough, because I don't usually do that. But these models have a lot of... These models are like exactly what Dylan likes. Dr. D is a huge fan of models that have a lot of like complexity in regards to the stuff that they're already wearing, but I don't like them to be carrying billions of little doodads. That's where I start getting a little upset. I don't want no mixed kits, rada, I'm a purist. Well then just don't play with the Senku. Everything else is as pure as can be. Or has it just tainted the pool? Okay, I got word back on those paint handles. I'm gonna link it. It is cowled A-case. These are A-case. I didn't get all those handles, but hi, Chunk. Oh, you look right up at the camera. Look at that old big fancy little magic eye. Yeah, game's ruined for me. I'm going to 30K. Well, man, heck yeah, man. Go get it. Go get some. I actually was thinking about going to a 30K event this previous weekend, but I had to pick up Kara from the airport and had to do all the recording stuff, so it all kind of just worked out where I was like, I'm just not going to worry about this. And I got a lot of painting done.
I came in at 1 a.m. in the morning. I was not the problem.
And I will, it's already been kind of planned, I will be getting a new camera for you guys.
So you can see its pretty face.
So that this doesn't seem like it's quite so far away. So at some point that is coming. I just gotta...
It's weird that you can't like adjust this.
Yeah, I don't understand. Because it looks like it would here.
Yeah.
But it goes the opposite way. It goes the opposite. It goes the way I don't want to go. So, like I always like to say in every episode, when you guys donate and do subs and all that stuff, when I get the money for it, I actually do legitimately try to use it to make everything better. because I've been trying to pay attention to hobby channels that are a little bit more popular than ours. I try and see like what the difference is. And the one thing I consistently think I see is the camera is just a lot closer to the model because it's easier to see. And maybe they're just more funny than me, who knows. So my hope is... Oh, thank you, Mike! For every donated sub, I will make Dr. D's camera 2% blurrier. I can do that on my own. Thank you, Mr. Birdteeth. I don't even need a gifted sub. That'll be my gift to you. Make it blur. Make it blurrier. No. I want you guys to say. Oh, and I should also note I finished Gibson. This is the guy that we were painting at the end of the last stream, but I did actually finish him. Did a lot of non-metal metallic. Took me forever, but I did do it. All the tools and his little golden snitch thing are all painted. Don't make my stream worse. Don't do it. Please don't do it. I saw you didn't have one. Figured you deserve it. Figure you deserve it, then a lurker. Oh, you specifically gave him the sub. Oh, that's nice. Good job, Mike. Getting everybody included. Let me just tell you, as someone who knows Mike personally, he is really good at his job of like including, like getting people involved. I guess is probably a better way to put it. Sorry, Junk. I didn't mean to put my foot so close to you. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, you're good, Junk. Usually target the regular. Yeah. Usually. The sleeve is same color as the jacket. I finished one of the Malifaux RPG books. I read cover to cover the Guild one. And I think I'm going to do the probably the Resurrectionist one next. I gotta say, those books are actually a pretty enjoyable read. I learned a lot of things about the Guild I was not aware of. It had a lot of like real-world Malifaux universe lore, which I thought was pretty interesting. Just in time, too, because I had a bunch of people ask me to play the other side, which is Malifaux's like what's going on in Earth game. So you'll be playing as like the different countries that are on Earth, and they'll be fighting like the Cthulhu fish people. It's interesting. Plays a lot like Malifaux. Hey, I try for everyone, including Bubby, when I was over at your house. That's true. You do try to be nice to Bubby. He's a little bit more resistant than he has any right to be, but you did try. I'll give you credit. The thing
Intelligence chases him, but he's always been faster.
That's actually pretty good. You guys never get to see the good part of Bubby. He does have a lot of really sweet, like-ness to him. It's just you have to get through a very multi-tiered process to get there. If you keep trying, Mike, I'm sure you'll get there eventually. As you can tell, you can hear how nice and lovely he is right now.
I kind of want to. I put my pictures in Whip, but when you guys look at Whips, see if people think I should paint their hooves the teal color.
Hooves. Which we should do. Alright, 10 minutes. We're gonna do a whip it out.
He said whip it out, Chunk jumped up.
Oop, I see stuff in here. If you're not familiar with whip it out, what we do is we look at what you guys have been painting. All you gotta do is join that Discord channel, because that's the easiest way for us to look at it. And we will look at it in about, yeah, give or take about 10 minutes. And we might do it again later, but most of the time I forget what's going on.
He's looking right up in the camera.
Oh, yeah, junk.
Here's your bubby.
Oh, yeah, chunky monkey. You may be mean on the outside, the middle, and the inside, but deep in the pith, he's still a bit rowdy.
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
Yeah, you nailed that. You nailed it. Right on the T. Yeah, you tell him, Bubby. Hi, Bobby. Okay. So, like I said, the Yamabushi is going to be different painted for sure. I found a like a dark blue and white paint scheme thing on the internet for the Yamabushi monk sect. But most of the time, these guys are dressed in just like almost pure white, which sounds kind of boring. As far as like what it would look like on the game board, so we're not going to do that. All right, so we're actually going to try that new skin color scheme that I was just talking about with Mike. So we're going to start with advanced flesh tone, which is Ben Comet's, which is a bit of a darker version than, or I'm sorry, it's a little bit lighter than Shadow Flesh, but it's still a little bit on that darker with a little bit of brown to it, like maybe like a red. Oh wow! What do you mean? Oh wow! What did I do now? What did I do, Omar? Please. Wowee!
Get Bubby, get that.
Booze ain't food. That's where I chuck off my gin gun and admit that. Just trying to recreate the Owen Wilson oh wow since it's no longer available. What? It's not available. When did they take it out? Wow. Is it really no longer available? Highlight, stretch, choose, unlock. Oh yeah, look at that. It's not there. Is it under bits? You're not my dad. He's already dead. Yeah, look at that. They did. They took it out. Unbelievable. I'll have a word with Tim. I'll drag him out back and give him a good bonking. How did MCP go today, Mr. Wilmar?
Oh wow, it's not the same.
It's not! It's not the same! Updated Oya. Why are you painting tiger claws for somebody? Out of curiosity. I meant to ask that earlier. Happy birthday, Wilmar.
Happy birthday, Wilmar! Are you finally 21? Can we finally take you to out drinking?
Well done. Congratulations, you did it.
That was not the first location.
Nick asked he wasn't going to paint it. I said sure, because why not? Nick is Tavis's, was his nephew? What does it mean he's not going to paint it? What the heck is he doing in the hobby if he's not going to paint? One day you'll be a real boy. I'm excited to see it. You're finally a real boy. Good job, Wilmar. You know you're a real boy when you get to pay taxes. You know you're winning at that point. Not a lot of skin in this entire box, actually. Not a ton of it. Most people are wearing either armored suits or they're wearing a lot of like protective gear. I think the Senku and the Fennec probably have the most. And even they have like respirators and hats on. And I don't even think her ears are showing. They sure aren't. No. No, Nick is the guy who was there playing. He doesn't have the time with work and family. Yeah. Tavis Tavis Age guy, known him for a long time. Oh, is that the guy with the beard? Who I said looks like the painting guy from AMG, Dallas. MCP was okay midway through my yeah, okay. Yeah, that is Nick. MCP was okay midway through my first match. My lower back started to hurt and hasn't stopped. Sciatica. My first match was close against X-Men. Second match I chose badly on my models. 19's a weird number to play Asgard at. I'm assuming the lack of a 2-threat hurts in that regard. Do you have a 2-threat in your roster? Or are you keeping it pretty much all affiliated? Again, are you playing the game correctly? Is what I asked. I feel like you got to go one of these colors. I think Bright Shadow Flesh is probably the next one. Just take MODOK. He's too good. Easy win. Which MODOK? All affiliated, baby. Lightweight, baby. Yeah. Is MODOK Asgard affiliated? I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for Mike. What color does this turn into? I think I'm gonna go with this. Alright, so this is Bright Shadow Flesh, which is the Adepticon spray team color. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Try to stay up for at least one.
I always try and do the second one, and then I forget what I'm doing.
You guys gotta remind him. He's a horrible host. That's why he needs producers.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. It has been 10 minutes. You're absolutely right. Unaffiliated. Take all the MODOK models. All MODOK all the time. Straight MODOK business. He doesn't have a character throw. He's perfectly balanced. Hire you as a producer.
I am the producer.
Alright, let me get the pictures ready. Ooh, look at that. Okay, here we go. Whee! Look what I did. I painted that. Yay. Hire me as the after-hour producer once the main producer goes to bed. It's not a bad idea. Okay, so Rylan has been working on a lot of MCP stuff. This was he sent this closer to the last stream. So he's actually finished this. So this is going to go from whip to finished. And it looks like he was painting them for a competition. So this is the new Weapon X, which is the new Logan. where he is still feral, working for the government.
I
Ugh.
like that skin.
Yeah, the skin looks pretty good.
It's very realistic.
It's got that hairiness going on.
Yeah, the shadows on the chest are really nice looking.
Yeah, big fan of this. We're not gonna focus on this too much. Oh, I actually like. That's interesting. It's just like a base topper. That's interesting. Okay, and then the finished product looks like a this. So it looks like he highlighted up the greens on the thing. He added some doodads. He went with like a winter base. And, you know, gave him some teefers. Gave him the red visor.
I like that yellow wire. That really pops it out nicely. Yellow on the wire.
Yeah, yellow's a great highlight for green.
It was definitely something I noticed on the other one, thinking it was a little too green, so I think the highlight really finished that out. Yeah, man, your skin's awesome, dude.
Good job, Rylan. And he said he was painting this for a competition. Local competition.
Nice. I hope you win.
Yeah, I think you'll be in contention, at least with this. Big fan. Big fan. You think he could have gotten some like nicer belts than like just some random twain that he found laying around? He's also been working on the next big bad in MCP. It's Apocalypse. What a guy. He's from the A-Team. Apocalypse is an interesting direction. I actually didn't think he came out yet.
Ooh, got some connection?
But he, I've actually seen tournaments that have already been using Servants of the Apocalypse, so he's out. I put snow on the bottom. Yeah, I saw the I saw the snow on the bottom of the footsies. Yeah, that was a good move. Really ties it in. Came out. Okay, he just recently came out. Okay. I like this blue. This is a good blue. You got like this, like it looks like an action figure blue going on. Like a Mattel toy, or it's got that like glossiness to it, which I think works for it. I think it actually looks pretty good. PA metallic medium with a blue ink. Yeah, that's exactly what I would have thought. Gotta love ink. Yeah, that's fantastic. I love that. Good job. We got some bird teeth coming up. Okay, I think it's a different entry. So this, yeah, great job, Rylan. This is a banger. Big fan. I love anybody that can use inks. So this is Bird Teeth. This is the Chaos Warrior with a color shifting cloak. I turned it down and painted yellow-orange highlights, blue square on, and purple touches from the top. I turned it down and painted yellow-orange highlights. Yellow-orange highlights. Yellow-orange highlights on what? Yellow-orange highlights. On the... Oh, I'm assuming you mean like the scale part of the cloak. I'm a big fan though. I like the color you're going what is it? What am I trying to say? Like the coloring of the metal looks very chaosy. I don't think the cloak really reads as color shift, but I think that's just because we're looking at a picture of it. I was trying to make the cloak shift colors depending on which angle you were looking. Oh, so you didn't use like color shift paint, like you didn't use Turbo Dork.
He is a very scary dude.
I'm not sure I see it. I think it might just be because it's a picture. Like, that would be easier to see. Like, I can see, like, something's happening right here. Like, in this Krev. Like, I can see something's happening. It doesn't read as color shifting to me, but I think it's because it's a still image. But I like it. It's good. Yeah, I think this is the part that stands out the most to me. It's the metal. I think it's a cool idea.
Yeah, that does look cool. Kind of green and purple.
Yeah, it's very chaosy. I think you nailed that. And then another bird teeth.
Really like the weathering, or I don't know what it's called on that shield, but all that different coloring going on.
On this?
Like, yeah, like it's like, you know, kind of like old, dirty, rusted, like many different things.
Yeah.
Going on with the oldness.
Yeah, the color. It's like, I think you're going for like another color shifting effect. I think is what you're trying to do.
That really looks cool.
Yeah, that
very,
looks.
very cool.
I think that looks closer to what you were trying to do with the other one. Okay, see that I think is what was more what you were going for. Yeah, I could see it with that.
Really
also,
impressive stuff.
I'm also ridiculously happy with this warrior who is being transformed by Zinch. Various parts are being refreshed / destroyed by magic washing over.
Yes! Wow, very nicely done.
Yeah, that reads on the shield.
Yeah, you're definitely telling a story on that. Picture's worth 1,000 words, man.
Yeah, big fan. Alright, then we got Tiger Claws coming. Good though. Big fan.
I'm liking this orange.
It's funny, yeah, we were talking about it. When I went to go pick up Kara, we talked about the Nova orange paint.
Yeah.
And now you don't see a lot of orange. It's very gold.
Actually, orange is a very big color this year. You know, like that Pantone color stuff. Orange is big, I think. Because I keep seeing it on the news, ladies. That's my judgment on orange.
Yeah, wonderful.
Lots of people seem to be
wonderful.
This should be where it is.
That's a really rich orange. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, the rusty shield I think is the best part out of all of it. I think that really came out the best. Yeah, you should definitely be proud of that for sure. That's really good. Yeah, very, very shiny. Yeah, it is a rich orange, that's for sure. Yeah, it's pre-washed orange and pre-washed gold. I was gonna say, the gold seems a little, I don't want to say flat. It just doesn't seem like it's finished. Yeah, I think that's a good move. It's Turbo Dork Gold. Oh boy. Yeah, Turbo Dork. Yeah. I think the orange and white is a good color combo. I'm a fan. Yep. I'm excited to see how this gets finished. I don't think your skin tone's like that off from what I was doing. Yeah, yours is a little bit more on the pale side. I mean, you might even be able to get away with a little bit of like a really watered down, like Reichland wash, you know? Just to tone it down a little bit to get a little more depth in there. But I would make sure you finish the skin before you start messing with the hair. Because you won't, like I said, you always want to think about it how a person dresses, right? You want to start from the in and go out, so somebody puts their skin on before their hair. It's not worse because I gold purple from the hair on it, so got to redo it no matter what. You got purple from the hair on it. I mean, if you just got it on the top bits, It's not that hard to fix. You can just use the highlight. Well, I would just use the base. Yeah, I probably want to use base coat with golds. Golds can be a little finicky. This looks like the Ronin assassin swords, but it looks like the what the heck is that guy called? It's like the businessman one. It's like the Kaga. I used to just call him Kaga because he's got a really complicated name. Yeah, the blue jeans look great. He's got the white Vans. Look at that. Dang, Daniel. Coming at you with the white Vans. Again, rich orange. I really like that. What's the orange? If you say it's the new Nova Monument paint, I'm going to laugh.
He's a little bright for that to be the Nova orange, but I think that the leader lady could have been the orange.
Yeah, he put them on the wrong guy. A lot of his weapons are swapped. Okay. I was going to say, yeah, something about this doesn't add up. I like it, though. So I forget to paint that chain. It's burnt orange, then monument orange, then finished with fire, dragon, blight, which I think is a GW paint. Actually, yeah, the monument... you can't see that thing. Yeah, the monument hobby orange is actually... It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think I would prefer that orange over the Nova orange. The Nova orange looks dusty and dirty to me.
Jeez. Caribbean judgy.
I think he's done. Other than your basing. And I also did paint the base for you. And then I think the other guys just need some blue and then a little bit more darkening. Hopefully they'll be done tomorrow.
So yeah, Kara was asking if the hooves should be teal.
Teal, yeah, like the rest of the things, like his horns and his wings.
The same color.
Yeah.
So if you have an opinion on that, Dr. D, where is the Discord channel? Oh, I just linked it. I can link it again.
We got you.
There you go, Dan. Yeah, but if anybody has any ideas on that. This guy looks like he's sweating.
Yeah, I thought it would kind of look like scars. Or like stretch marks, because presumably they grow fast.
Yeah. So you're very welcome, Dan.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that? Oh, September. You see his butt.
Yep.
You got a naked butt.
That's what we're going for.
Yeah, this one's brighter. Or maybe it's just the angle of the picture. Highlighted butt.
Deep lighted. Deep creviced.
Deep. And then you added the teal eyeballs.
Yeah, I've always had those there. I did those early on. Also, I didn't do like bright silver. I did this.
That purple.
This purple amethyst alchemy by scale 75.
Yeah, the same as the horn color. Biologically, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking that too. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Creepy baby. These are Terratots, Dan. You might. Well, not you. Well, other Dan, I guess. X-Paxis might have to fight one of these eventually. And then here's the other two that aren't finished yet. So this is what they look like when they're done, presumably. And then these are the other two that she's working on. As you can see, this one has a little bit more like that saturated color on the pink purple.
Yeah, I was trying to do less of that because I had to go back in and do, you know, the low lights again.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
freaky.
Like,
They are
do you
freaky.
think those two there would look good if I just leave them right where they are and do the teal and the metal? Like, do you think there's enough high and low on their skin?
I mean, I would put it in there. I would make the judgment call yourself. I think you could go either way.
Yeah. I was trying to do a little better.
These look a little more. They look more muted.
Well, yeah, I used like teeny tiny amounts of paint. I might actually get to be shitty amounts of paint, though. It's clearly a bad picture. Just skip it.
Hi, Tubert! Dan did some stuff. Looks like Old World. Mike put in this. Kara put in this. Jeez, I'm having a busy day.
What's this?
So Chaos spawned. If you are curious about Old World at all, Beards, Ears, and Skulls is a very, very good podcast for that kind of stuff. I feel like they did like 17 episodes for Chaos recently. So if you're curious about Chaos, because they did the Chaos section of the rule of the main book, like right around the same time that the new journal, the Arcane Journal for them came out. So if you want just like to binge on some Chaos content, they did it. They did a lot of it really, really quick. Just putting Beastman back on squares. Just putting Beastman. I mean, what do you? Oh, right, back on squares, right? These are Chaos Spawn, I assume, right? Are they only in Chaos? Beasts of Chaos? I remember when Dan used to do lore videos. The lore was good. I just finished the Wood Elf one. I'm a little behind. I have like a bunch of podcasts have all like released a bunch of stuff where I'm like, oh my god, I gotta listen. So I'm a little behind on Beards, Ears, and Skulls. So I'm just about to dive into the Beastman, or to the Chaos Warrior stuff. Big fan. I like the blood effects, obviously, really good. Big fan. And then some. These are just. Are these? These are regular gores, right? These aren't best of gores. Those are regular gores, right? Do you like power? Are consequences for other people? Chaos may be right for you. Yeah, gores, just regular gores. You can tell because of the horns. They're not little baby ungores, and they're not bestigores, because bestigores look like they eat people for lunch. I love the Empire, particularly, especially the Sigmar Saga books. The Sigmar Saga books are very good. They're very, very good. Yep, Chaos Spawns look great. These look good. Good job on the basing. Basing looks really good. Like the red eyes. That's a good touch. I'd kill that. He painted the blade. That looks pretty good. I would try and make sure you get the purple in there, just so you can get rid of that skin tone. Would I dry brush yellow over the gold? No, I wouldn't, because that'll make it look really weird. I saw you ask that earlier, and I didn't get a chance to answer. What I would do is I would really tone the gold down. The way I do gold is I would wash it with green, and then I would take the highest gold, maybe mix it with some silver, and then highlight it up from there. That's what I would do. Because if you put yellow on top of it, what's going to happen is it's going to look shiny on the deep parts, and then the top is going to look really flat, and it looks really weird. But that's why you can't do non-metallics on top of metallics. Unless you're trying to do something specific. But otherwise it looks, yeah, this looks good. I mean, especially for somebody who's not going to paint it at all. I'm sure he'd be really appreciative of this. It's weird to hear you say nice things to me. Dan, I love you as a person. But sometimes you're just a goofball. And that's okay, because I am also a goofball. Oh! There is
no ball involved.
I can say nice things. She looked like she got like a little face wash there. Goofy goober. I am definitely a goofy goober. Goofy goober! Yeah, Mike, I think this is good. I would just make the gold darker. Is all I would do. I think other than that, it's fine. Yeah, it looks like something got onto her face. But big fan of the color choices. Really big fan. I like. This is the thing I was showing earlier. Kara's making a childhood innocence Malifaux board. And she wanted to use toys and stuff and put blood on them. To make it look...
The orphanage.
The evil... Yeah, something
Something went bad.
something bad's happening in the water hole. It's good though, nice and cheap. How much was this thing?
So I got all of these at the Dollar Tree, so like $1, $1.25, $2.
There you go. That's nice cheap war game terrain right there.
Everything I bought was $10 total, so I think everything I got was $1.
All right, so this is X-Paxis Dan, who has a license plate cover, which is the vacation club for the Mickey Disney Vacation Club. That's pretty cool. That's cool. What did you do to it? Because you said you're restoration, and I got to use some of your testers. I'm assuming you painted all the the little inlays, like you repainted Mickey and stuff, and probably put the Vacation Club back in. that's really fun. That's really cool. Okay, I tried to go darker because it would mute out over the metallic, but I'll try a couple of washes to dull it out a bit. If you put a wash over it, the gold will not be quite as vibrant. That's why you want to go back over it with the highlight part. Allow a lot of Magic the Gathering players that like those ponies. Are they bronies? Which is nothing wrong with being a brony. But they have a bit of a negative connotation to them. That's cool though. The license plate thing is really cool. That's really nice of you. I bet your wife loves it. It came off of my wife's 20-year-old car. It was pretty dirty. It is now too shiny for good picks. I thought it looked great. Yeah, good job, Dan. That looked baller. Also, there's apparently an anime character that's also named Senku. No idea. Good job, guys. That was really good. Actually, who's the winner? Kara's not even paying attention.
I am too. I'm listening.
I said, who's the winner?
Oh, I didn't know you wanted me to vote. I don't know. There was a lot of really great progress in there.
A lot of good stuff. I don't know. I think it's Dan. I think did a great job. Bird Teeth stuff is definitely there. Rylan, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many good.
I think
Rylan's
Rylan's.
really hard to pick tonight.
Rylan looks really good.
Bird Teeth was really good.
Yeah, Bird Teeth had some real highlights to it. I think your stuff looks good. It's not finished, so I don't think I can give it to you, but. And I like Dan's gores. I think they look great.
I think. What do you think about when you paint Nekoma, painting her bikini purple and painting her wings like violet like them?
Yeah, okay.
Because I think when I paint the young Nephilim and the larger, I'm gonna work really hard to try to make these really pretty see-through violet colored wings.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sunfire on House of the Dragon. Because he's gold and he has those pink underwings and you can just see straight through it because it's just such a thin membrane. I want to try to make those wings look like that on them.
Okay.
Which is why I'm trying to work really hard to practice using barely any paint.
Yeah, the transparency stuff is not always easy.
I don't think that's going to come across with globbing it on.
No, I don't think it's gonna help. You know what? Well, we need a winner.
I think it's Rylan.
I agree. I think Rylan edges it out just because of the fact that he's going for that competition, and I think that I think the Weapon X does a really good job of that because he looks like a hairy man. So here you go. Let me get this in the right spot.
I have a feeling if Bird Teeth finishes his whip, that's definitely going to win because his finished product I think would have won.
You got to look into the mic. You got to look straight into the thing and say he did a good job.
Good job! Great job!
I don't know if she was centered on the mic because I'm on a different screen. Good job, Rylan. Okay. Gotta get back to it. Rylan the Edger. Yeah, he's edging. He's edging me. Yeah, the doggos are being very photogenic today. Dan, I can give you more compliments. I think Bess is a really good podcast. I really like the optimism. I know not everybody agrees. I think especially in the GW sphere, there can be a bit of a predisposition to maybe a bit of like a pessimistic outlook. And this is coming from somebody who despises GW. I hate that company. If you're talking about the community for it, yeah. I mean, there's definitely an outspoken group of... Not obviously, there's a lot of really great people in that community. The people at Adepticon are a really good example of that. But there's definitely like a very vocal group of them that just hates literally everything. Which, you know, whatever, I guess. They're kind of like they're big guys on block, so they're just, like, since the community's so big, you're just going to get those people. And it's not their fault per se, but if you're the biggest collection of people in this sphere, you're just gonna kind of get those people, which is fine, whatever. But yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Bess is that they do tend to keep it more on the positive side, which I really appreciate. In a fight between the Empire and Orcs, who would win and why would it be Skaven? That's an excellent question. It could be worse. GW could be EA or Ubisoft. Listen, I think... I don't know. Yeah, EA can be bad. Is Ubisoft that bad? Are they all that bad? I didn't really think Ubisoft was that bad. I know they make the same games over and over again. Which is fine. I've really been enjoying Outlaws. It's been a little while since I've had a chance to play. I got to make sure I'm going to play it this weekend, because if I don't play a game for long enough, I have trouble going back to it, because then I feel like I'm not going to remember the buttons. I think I'm getting to that point where I'm like, I forget how you get on the bike. What is Bess? That is Beards, Ears, and Skulls. That is the Professional Casual Old World podcast. Which is run by Dan and Taylor, who are some old-fashioned, old hammer nerds, which is fine, because fantasy's probably still one of the best things they've ever made. Okay, yeah, I didn't make that connection. I enjoyed the podcast. Yeah, the podcast is great. I think that the best thing that GW's ever made is probably Lord of the Rings. I know a lot of people really love Blood Bowl, which could probably be one of the best things they've ever made. But I haven't really been playing I have not played the new version really. I have played it in the past and I really enjoyed it. And everybody seems to like the new version. I used to love Necromunda, but Necromunda's just kind of... It's hard to keep up with. The books for that game make it really tough. Alright, so this skin is actually not too bad. I'm thinking that it's a little bit too light on contrast. So I'm actually going to go in with a little bit of dark red just to give it a little bit more zazz. But overall, I think it's not too bad. It is, of course, right next to that super stark black. which makes any color look a little weird. Blood Bowl is the best. I had a feeling Dan was going to say something about that. Ubisoft has done really good stuff, but I have not played anything of them that has approached what they did in Myst. I never played Myst. I've been told by multiple sources that it is really good. But it's been a long time since Myst came out, right? Like, I feel like ever since Assassin's Creed came out, they've kind of made one game. And that is just Assassin's Creed. Except in different, versions. Which, don't get me wrong, I love Assassin's Creed. I was a huge fan of the first one. And pretty much all the ones I've played in some way or another. They just take a really long time, because you get caught in the weeds, and you want to collect all the stuff, and eventually I just kind of get distracted, really. It's not even that I don't enjoy it, it's just like, yo, yeah, you gotta do a thing, and then a new game comes out, and you don't finish it, and, you do that 1,000 times. Alright, I'm gonna mix a little white into this. Very, very little. Just to give it a little zazz. Zazz! The Star Wars game was pretty good and didn't feel like Assassin's Creed, the ones with the ginger. Oh, you're talking about Outcast and Fallen Order? What was that made by Ubisoft though? I think that was made by was it From Software? The Dark Soul guys? Oh, okay. This guy's entire base is like falling apart. That's fun. The Star Wars game is pretty good. That didn't feel like Assassin's Creed. The one with the ginger. Oh, no. You're right. Not Outcast. It's Fallen Order. Yeah, it's Fallen Order and Survivor. That's what it is. It's not Outcast. Sorry. Can you forgive me, Dan? Yeah, not Outcast. Yeah, that was a different game. Outcast was okay. It was all right. It wasn't amazing, but it was okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go in there with a little bit of like a really dark, like maroon. I like corn red? I think. Yeah, corn red. This is probably my favorite skin darkener, I guess might be the word. And we don't need a lot. We need like just a tiny bit there. Put it on the palette. Really water it down because this is some powerful stuff if you let it get out of hand. So nice and watery. Wipe off pretty much all of it. So you just want this to be like a real gentle tint. And you put this where the blood is going to sit. And you put it in there and you do your best to just not let it pool. You really are just looking to tint. And what this does is it simulates a shadowing effect. So if you feel like your skin is too bright overall, you just go in there with something like this, and it helps kind of tone it down, and it can help smooth out some transitions. Just gives it a little bit more depth. So even like as you're looking at it right now, you can tell how much more depth it has, just because there's a little bit, there's like just a itty bitty tiny bit of red, and you can tell the difference between these two. This one I did some of the red for. This one I did not, and you can already tell the difference. At least I can. But I've been doing this a long time. Too long, some would say. And here, the key is like you put it in there and you really just don't want it to sit there. Because if you have the red in there and it's too strong, it's gonna make your guy look kind of weird. So this is one of those less is more type situations. If you think you might have too much on the brush, err on the side of caution. And there you go. You can start to see the differences in like values on it. For her, I don't think it's going to matter too much because we're going to do geisha paint on her, which we're probably going to do next just so I can show you how to do it. But I just do the eye sockets, especially with her because her face is really covered by her hair. So there's not like a ton of real estate here we can mess with. But just a tiny bit like that. Right where the eyes are, just to give it a little depth. Alright, so the faces are done. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do the face paint for her. So when you look at a geisha face paint, there's a lot of like different takes on it. I will show you the piece of art that I will be using for my frame of a reference. That's not very nice. Okay, so this is the piece of art that I'm going to be using for my reference. Tiny bit of red on the cheeks. White face paint, which is a geisha staple. And we're going to do bright red lipstick. Just as an example. You want to see it? Is that right? Come on over.
Oh yeah, that's real nice. I like that. That's pretty.
Boom, boom. Okay, so first you got to do the face paint, which we're going to use white blue, because that's the best white. Eva. And again, we're not going to be using a lot of this. This is really watered down because we don't want to paint her face white. We want to paint her face like it's already a human face with white paint on it. If you don't know the difference between that, don't worry. It takes literally a billion years of practice to get to that point. So don't worry. So you want it to be thin is what I'm getting at. You could kind of think of it like a really, really thin wash. Obviously, we don't have to worry about the lipstick because she's wearing this the respirator thing. Boom, boom. And we don't even really need to worry about her cheeks either because the respirator is also there. So we just kind of give it a simple little white. We're literally white facing her a little bit. As inappropriate as that is to say. And what we're going to do is we're just going to give her some bright red eyeshadow. So we're going to use a little bit of Chimerics. This. We're going to use the red. I think it's Chimerics, I think is how you say it. Pegaso. Whatever their line is called. I forget what it's called. Pretty sure it's called pretty sure it's Chimerics. So again, super thin. Super thin. And we're just going to get the eye socket area, and we pull it up just a little bit. Now, this is some advanced stuff. If you feel like you cannot do this, don't worry. This took me a lot of practice. I worked on a lot of Daughters of Cain. Boom, boom, What?
Brag about it.
There's a lot of wasted time and money. But I guess I learned a few skills. So think on the positives, I guess. Now the key here is you want to think about how ladies put on makeup, which is when you think about eyeshadow, it doesn't really go past the eyebrow line, because then they would look like clowns. You're here first. Keep your keep your daughters away from Dr. D. Yeah. Yeah. Now, you have to think about the scale of the models we're painting, which are pretty tiny. So a lot of these things are going to be super subtle. So there we go. Now we're going to paint the regular eyeball. So we got to use a black. Water everywhere. Over there. Where's my black paint? Are you done, Kara?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Why?
If I push stuff away.
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember a thing. Like to drink. I don't know where my black paint went. This is the real invigorating stuff you guys come to watch. Me struggle to find paint. Because I'm stupid. Uh-oh, we got doggo movement. Bubby ain't too happy about that. It's okay, Bubby.
Oh man, you put me on camera tonight. I'm curious if anybody noticed that I have a Jonathan Taylor Thomas hairdo today.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
Was not the goal.
She's some actor from
The 90s.
Home Improvement. Where the hell did the black go?
I used it, but I put it like medium level. Oh, wait, no, it's not
You heard her. I'm currently assembling. Oh, you're currently building witch elves? I actually have a lot of witch elves if you need any, Dan.
Is this the black you're looking for?
Dan says you look gorgeous.
Aw, thanks, Dan.
No.
You looking for this one?
Yeah.
It looks like this. What here? Just take mine. Is that good?
Sure. Did you drop it?
I think so. I thought I put it between these two blues.
So this is a little hard to see on the camera, but I'm just painting pupils, and by pupils I mean eyes. Pupils are a little too tiny. There we go. Got eye slots. Half the fun is assembling, but if you have unassembled, I'm sure I'll be building a 4,000 point army at some point. I think I do still have some that are unbuilt. I might. I'd have to check. I might have sold the unbuilt ones. I think somebody was after that. But I have a lot of built. God, you like building witch elves, dude? Building witch elves was awful. I know I have some. I think I have some canaries that are not built. I'll find them and I'll talk to you. Yeah, I definitely have some stuff though. Built for sure. I think I might still have some stuff that's unbuilt. I hate building models. I am so tired of doing it. Oh my gosh, I can't stand it. The only problem is I don't trust anybody else to touch my models, so I can't really ask other people to do it. Because as soon as I do, people give me stuff that just looks not great, or they take too long to do it, or whatever. I asked Cyril to do it, and he did an amazing job. Again, sorry this isn't really good camera stuff. I gotta make sure I get a close view on these. What are you building witch elves for, Dan? You building them for AOS, or are you doing it for Old World? I can't compare. Yeah, Cyril's a good guy. Give me a trial period code. I mean, do you really want to build my stuff? Send your models to me and I'll build them. No. I'm definitely not sending them to you, Dan. Too far away. I'd feel bad because we're paying shipping. So I can, build my 10 billionth model. And a lot of times when I build models, that's also when I do the basing. I think when I painted this guy's left eyeball, I think I just literally painted it so perfectly that it already has the pupil. Amazing. For Old World and a surprise trip to West Oneonta. Oh, you going to West Oneonta? That's amazing. When are you going? If I force it, maybe I'll be there. Alright, then we use the old micro pen to do the pupils. And I also do eyebrows with these. So what you can do is I can sort of show this. You dot for the pupil, just make sure you're nice and careful. You don't want to get it on top of the cheek. So you got those, and then what you do is on the top of the brow ridge, I just do like little dots along the ridge, not the bridge, the ridge. And you can actually get a pretty convincing eyebrow. Just make sure you don't make it too thick or they'll look kind of funky. Focus, please. So there you go. As you can tell, he's got a little bit of an eyebrow there. One of his eyes is a little off. You got to make sure they're on fleek. There you go. Boom. And when you're doing this, try and make the eyes, you know, like in positions that make sense with the way the model is. So if they're like looking to the left or the right, you know, just make sure you do that. I don't think geishas usually have eyebrows. Oh, they do. Okay, well, at least in this art they do. One of my favorite parts of one of the Carlos interviews is that he said CB was unashamedly appreciative of attractive females. It's like excellent. Which is why he said that the company likes having so many female models in their range who are attractive. He's like that there are many female enjoying men in CB. It's like hell yeah. Sword's so thick. Yeah, they are really big, aren't they? I agree. The swords in Cyberpunk are very big. Yeah, I thought it was a baseball bat. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I thought the same thing. And there you go. That's a completed human face, boy. As you can tell, all my stuff's still constantly falling all the time. It's great. I love it. It's a surprise. Oh, it's a surprise. Oh, okay. It'll be our little secret. It'll be our secret surprise. All right, next we're going to do white blue. So a lot of this model is going to be white. Most of, if not all of the cloth is going to be white. The one exception is that this upper area of the jacket I'm actually going to do in red. So actually, I guess for the most part, the only white on these guys is going to be the pants. Now that I think about it. Well, you know what? Tell me when you're going. When you do go, Mr. Dan, Mr. Danathy. And maybe I'll also make a surprise visit. And I won't tell him. And again, we're using Monument Hobbies White Bleu. White Sacre Bleu. Which is a fantastic color. Which I have shown you guys how to do this white 1,000 times. But if anyone ever has any questions, don't be afraid to ask. It's pretty easy for a color that people say is notoriously one of the most difficult colors to paint. As someone who paints it all the time, I've definitely found my favorite ways to paint it, that's for sure. It'll just be a secret betwixt us as well as the 40,000 people that are doing it. 40,000? Sheesh! I gotta say, maybe the number thing is a little malfunctioning. I didn't think it was 40,000. I thought it was around 20. Which, of course, I would be remiss to say thanks for tuning in, guys. You guys do make doing this stream worth it every week. and the added revenue stream for replacing equipment and stuff is always really, really nice. We are going to hopefully replace Kara's, was it an audio box? The noise box or whatever that thing's called.
Yeah, the transistor.
The transistor is what it's called. Because currently, right now, we have to like move a box back and forth between our two computers in order for her to be able to record properly, which slows down Calamity Jack at least a little bit. Which hopefully I'll start working on the next script for Calamity Jack here pretty soon. I haven't actually started working on it yet. Calamity Jack definitely gets less downloads than the rest of the other stuff, but I still really enjoy doing it. I changed your view. Didn't want me to have an ego. Thanks, I appreciate that. You're a great producer, Mike. Post producer. Kara's not asleep yet, though. You got the job. And as you can see, that white blue has a little bit more of like a reflectiveness than the current white, which is funny because the white primer definitely has like a glossy finish to it. It's funny that this looks so much more white than something that is actually white and shiny, which is just the miracle of the white blue paint. So even if you wanted like just a simple way to paint white and you didn't want to do a bunch of like extra hassle, just white blue probably get the job done. Thanks for helping me not miss a stream and blow yet another streak. Dylan, when are we talking to JSA? That's actually a pretty good question. Do you feel like you want to talk about it here pretty soon, Frank, now that we know at least what the vanilla is going to be? Because I think they said that there's going to be 2 sectorials for JSA. So it's going to be vanilla and then 2 sectorials, I think. Because I think they said 1 sectorial is the new stuff. The shootin' Yankee, and then the other one is going to be what is currently just the JSA faction, and then vanilla, I guess, might have some of the mix between the two. I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah, we could talk about it right now. What do you think about that? Because I keep forgetting what this sectorial is going to be called. It's called, by the way, love the new art. Look at that. It's so good. Like, what is that? What kind of Final Fantasy thing did they find on this planet? Super neat. The Shinju. The Shinden Butai. I think that's going to be the new sectorial, I think, because it's the army that's on Sunju. I think we could spend like 20 minutes talking about N4JSA and talk about what we know of the new unit profiles and kind of theorize how things are going to go from there. If anything, that might turn into multiple episodes of JSA, which I'm assuming you don't really care. This is not the lore book. This is the book in the new starter for the Operation Sandtrap book. Hold on a sec. Where'd I put the book? Here it is. To answer your question, Mr. Wilmar, this is the lore book. it's massive. Yeah, I figured you could, Frank. I figured we'd do that. So this book, very, very fancy. Very, very lovely book. I love the art in it. Actually, I can... Hey, Kara, watch this. It's useful. Look at that. I love the new Uberfall Commando art based on the new models. Big fan. Big fan of that. A lot of really cool stuff. It explains a lot of the stuff that's going on the new planet, which is called Sinju. And how the JSA were attempting to take it, especially from Pano. Look at that. Look at Alpha right there in the front. Alpha. Favorite profile in the game. The lore book looks amazing. The lore book is really cool. There's lots of stuff in here that, because that's one of the biggest issues that's always been around for Infinity, I think, is getting a hold of the lore can be a bit of a pain in the butt. This book is really going to help. You could clearly tell that this and the War Crow book were made pretty close to each other because they're very, very similar with the way they lay out information. Talk about it right now. Talking about if we could spend like and then do a follow-up episode on rules. Yep, that makes sense. Is that a lore book? The lore book looks amazing. It explains. I have not gotten to the point where I've read about the Team Achilles switch thing. I have read a very good sized chunk of the new JSA stuff because the funny thing is once you here's 012, right? Also the tag beast thing. Because the new planet, there's like dune worms. Just pretty funny. But yeah, you go through here. Also the new motorcycle vehicle stuff. Look at that. Look at that booty. Girl? What you doing? They're called fire bats. It reads really good. It reads like it reads like GW lore books, where it's like a good presentation of information. Some of it is laid out in a way where it's biased because it's supposed to be like retellings from like different news sources. So sometimes you'll be reading it and you'll be like, "That's a weird thing to say," and then you read that, "Oh, this is from the viewpoint of a nomad." So overall, I like it. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. But yeah, look here. Boom. New faction, the Greater Independent Japan. I don't know if you ever noticed it, but that's what Japan looks like. Still around to this day. It's not fictional.
Hey. Leave this out. Do not put this in the refrigerator.
Okay. But yeah, the book is really, really well laid out. I've gotten all the way to this here. I didn't get a chance to read this like last page, and then after that it's just like a bunch of unit profile stuff. I love the Tanukis. They're like corporate security that the government took over, and they did some really bad things. They did some bad Black Ops stuff, and here's like the new ninja art. It's pretty baller. Yeah, this book is chock full of goodness. There's a lot of really cool stuff in here. This is the new Warsenal terrain. Got officially put in the book. And then in the back there is like a little campaign system, or campaign. A couple link scenarios, I guess is probably a better way to put it. It's pretty good as there's more like narrative stuff where you can really start to like mess with the way the game plays. This I'm all in. I love this. This is some of my favorite stuff. And then there's actually a paint guide in the back. Unfortunately, it is definitely airbrush. It's got the same issues as the Angel book, where you have an airbrush or you can't play. you can't play with the rest of us. But yeah, there's a lot of really, really cool stuff. This is a really good book. It's the Raven Eye. Here's the new Nomad bike unit called the GoPod. The Tunguska Triggerman, I'm just like, please. Daddy, what is going on with you, bud? The next thing I'm probably going to read in here is more than likely the Ariadna stuff, because I'm curious to see if US Ariadna is going to go the way of the Dodo, which I would not like. Also, Tank. That's going to be coming to the game. There's also a cybernetic Ariadna antipode. Yeah, because the thing that gives me a little raise for concern is all of the units, none of them are American, at least in this book. So I think the suspicion is true that the U.S. Ariadna is going to be going the way of the Dodos as far as sectorials go, which is a bit of a shame, but I don't know. In some ways, it means that I have one less army that I can play, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Look at that art. That's so good. These guys are in a spot of trouble. No, you can buy this separate. This is a separate book. It was just in the bundle for me. Yeah, I figured US wasn't going to be doing so hot soon, but it's whatever. It's fine. Maybe they'll bring them back one day. Who knows? It's fine. I'm actually not that upset about it. Even though I spent a bunch of money on it, but it's fine. I get how it goes. I'm gonna quit. I'm quitting Infinity because of that. Actually, now that I think about it more, thanks, Ernie. I'm quitting, and I'm throwing all my models in the trash. That's generic diva. That's generic Devo. I don't get that reference. I'll be waiting by the trash. Once I know the reason, more like the actual in-depth reason as to why Achilles is switching teams, I'll be sure to tell you guys. But I'm trying to read it as much as I can. Overwatch reference. Got it. Yeah, Diva. That's the video game chick, right? That gets in the robot. Did I do it? Am I a nerd now? I was painting. It's painting white. So yes, I think the lore book is if you're interested in Infinity lore, I think it's worth picking up. There's a lot of really cool info in it. I want to say it's like, I think it was like $50, I think, give or take. And it's a chunky book. And it comes with the little missions. It comes with all the lore. And how many pages is this thing? I think it's like, I want to guess it's probably about like 200 something. 288, including some painting guides and stuff like that. Actually, I bet you could do this without needing an airbrush. You could probably do this one without an airbrush. Anyway, but all that stuff's a little lost on me. I don't need help painting. I just licked the wrong side of the brush. Maybe I do need help painting. Which side of the brush do you use? You're always a nerd, search your feelings. I used to play Overwatch. I really liked Overwatch back in the day. I wasn't very good at it. I'm terrible at Twitch shooters, but...
Can you start one more? It's way, I think.
You want me to start? You want another 4?
Yeah, one more.
Okay.
For the 4 plain shells.
Okay. If I do it before I go to bed.
I think you'll be able to.
Okay. You going to bed?
Yep.
Good night, Kara. Book is sold out. Rip Infinity is dead. The book doesn't exist yet. It's all about Patroclus and him being locked away by Aleph. The reasons for the other defections are a little odd as well. No, I mean, I knew why. I knew all that. Ernie said goodnight. I mean, I knew why. Because, Patroclus was a part of the Defiance mission, which was the board game, and then he got left behind in order to slow down what eventually became Endsong. Because they went to the other side of the... I think it's the Archaon Gate, I think, and they went to the other side, and then they saw a Sea Army fleet, and they were like, holy shit, that fleet is huge. Because humanity thought they were doing okay versus Sea Army, but Sea Army's just kind of been playing with them. And if you're curious about seeing all the different models, if more than one person wants to well, if anybody wants to see a specific model, just give me a heads up. But I did go through all the new sculpts at the beginning of this, so if you want to see them, there should be a VOD at some point. I'm pretty sure these go straight to YouTube. I'm pretty sure. I know we were having a problem with that for a while. Also, I will be on YouTube. I got interviewed by Danger Planet. And I'm going to be like their Infinity liaison guy. So we actually talked a little bit about the new edition. Some of the things I'm excited to see, which I've been very outspoken about. I think overall there's not really... They were even like, is there anything that you have are not excited to see? And I was like, not really. I'm a little worried that Guided... anytime anybody tells me that everybody's going to enjoy the changes to something, I'm like, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? So I'm a little curious to see what they do for Guided, but I mean, I don't really have a huge problem with Guided currently. I don't think it's great. I think it can definitely create negative play experiences, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. It just is not as interactive as I think it should be in the game that prides itself on interactivity. Steel Phalanx still exists. That's what you can complain about. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Yeah, I suppose. You know, that's the thing I probably complain about the most, right? It's not even the game. It's just Euduros. One very specific profile. Because back when I used to play against Steel Phalanx all the time, but that was when Achilles was like turbo broken. Back in N2 when he first came out. And now that he's not really all that good anymore, which, I mean, I should rephrase, he's fine. Euduros just took the spot. I was like, this mother lover makes me so angry. Humanity has just given in at this point. Well, I don't know if humanity's given in. I think it's just been... I think it's an issue of, like, they can't really say no. Let me push that. I'm going to push this geisha makeup a little bit. Wilmar, you'll be happy to see yet another DUA model finished as well, by the way. Haven't given up on it yet. Oh, and I also finished this guy. The vow is almost complete. So Blood Boy and Gibson are done. For the most part. I got to do a little bit after I varnish him, and I got to do some blood effect stuff on the other guy, but overall they're done. And then hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to finish another model for Mr. Mike and keep this train going. Really, the only thing that's left for DUA is Eva. I'm not even sure I want to finish the operatives because I don't think they're not very good DUA models, and I think they're better in Syndicate anyway. Again, you know, it's one of the issues with Explorer Society is there is a lot of dual affiliation or dual keywords. Oh, thank you, Dan. Which is funny because Hippie is right there. Same with Hatamoto. This is the Hatamoto have to do with anything. Again, I don't really have as big of an issue with Hippie because she's not a specialist. If they just got rid of his specialist profile, it wouldn't be that big deal. You can have a killing machine, but it feels bad when they also can score. I'm gonna go AFK for a bit to play Star Wars Outlaws, which is very fun hamburger of a game. I love that game. The game's great. I really got to get back and actually play it again. I just got to Tatooine and stopped playing. But I noticed that I play at the end of the week, and then like the first half of a week I can do nothing because I'm either going out and doing stuff or just competently made and well done. Yeah, that's all you need. It feels like a Blizzard game where they're just like, there's nothing in this that's really brand new. It just plays really well. What was I tattooing? I don't think I was tattooing anything. Was I tattooing something? Yeah, I think Outlaws is marvelous. I've really had a lot of fun playing it. And thankfully I bought it right before I discovered I was super poor. He's making a joke about Tatooine. Oh. Excellent. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed every moment of it, and I think it's fun to not have a game focused on a Jedi. I think that's something that the world needed. And I really think that the main character, what is her name? Her name's escaping me. I think she's a really good character. I think she's I want to say Kira. It's not Kira. Dylan, I play it on PS5. If you play disc games on PS5, I'm generally happy to just lend you games to help you. No, I downloaded it. I got the new PS5. Or not the new one, the one that doesn't have the disc drive. It's fine. Bro, I ain't got time to play games. I got time for like one game at a time. So by the time I'm done with it, I've usually able to play something else because I've saved up enough. I appreciate that though, buddy. I'm usually not really that much of a stickler. The reason it's the car situation really ruined everything for me. I really need you to just get darker, please. There we go. Thank you very much, though, Frank. You're a good guy. Yeah, so does anybody have any other questions about the early stuff I got? I am here to answer questions. Yes. There is. There's actually some Pano stuff too. Oh, where did I put the book? You can tell there's going to be a operation, or there's going to be a beyond Operation Sandtrap. Okay, so there's a how to expand your collection thing. There is a unit called the Firefly, which is another Pano thing. I haven't had a chance to read all this yet. I haven't finished this book quite yet. I'm more than halfway. I'm almost done. So I might be able to tell you guys more about this later. But it's another Pano guy in armor. Looks like he has a cool like flight jacket thing going on. Don't know what's going on with that. There's also something called a Hetkari, but there's no art. And then for the JSA, there's the Teshin Guntai, and then there's another ninja unit called the Kurayama. And they did elaborate on this, that there are 3 like ninja clans in the JSA, which they haven't had like a lot of information on. And then there's the Shizoku Kogeki Tai. There's no art for this, obviously, but in the other book, which I'll put right there in case I need to get access to it, there is art for some of those. Yeah, so the Tanuki, it's a corporate, too many acronyms. Yeah, that's fancy Black Op talk for you. The Tanuki is a corporate security cleanup team thing. It reminded me a lot of Umbrella Corps' whatever Hunk was a part of. Their little special corporate cleanup unit. I really love their I love the new JSA like jacket thing that's going on. I'm a big fan. I really like them. They're interesting. I have a feeling this is going to be a BS 12 unit that is like a midfield thing. And then there's also, this is the Teshin Guntai, which was in the other book, but there was no art. It's a new tag. It kind of looks like an Arroy. I can't ever say the stupid name right. The Oroi. It looks very, very similar. And I haven't had a chance to read the lore on this yet. But there is another tag coming. It might be another melee tag, but who knows. I just really love that. That's such a cool looking unit. I think that's alternate art for the other ninja unit that's coming out in the starter. The Hara. That's already out. Here's the Kuriyama ninja. There's art for it, but there's no unit. I mean, I assume so. I think it's just a tag thing, where this is going to be the Arroyo for probably specifically for the new sectorial, is what I'd guess. But the thing is it looks so much like the Arroyo that maybe they're just renaming it. Because I have it here somewhere. I'm sorry I can't pronounce it. I'm a moron. I can't pronounce things correctly. Because I'm not Japanese. Go figure. But like here. Like it looks almost exactly like it. It's got the same gun too. So they might just be renaming this thing. So it might not be a new tag because it's literally the exact same chassis. Yeah, it's got literally all the same things. So they might just be renaming the Arroyo. Because I haven't seen a... Actually, you know what? Let's look at the thing. And then the Yamabushi are the monks. Oh, and then there's no art for it, but there's the Kyojin Killer Hidai, which is the JSA specific like beast hunter. Isn't it much bigger? I don't know. It's a piece of art. I mean, that's a pretty big looking tag. I mean, it looks like it's pretty imposing. Just so you know, art and the actual model might be different sizes, Mike. Yeah, I think if I had thinking about it more, it's probably just a rename, but let's check. The Genbutai is another new unit. The Shirayuki Ona Koroshia is another new unit. Again, there's no art though. Here's whatever this is. There's like a guy in a cloaked samurai guy back here. Pretty sick. Kyosho Saibayunito. No, the old Arroyo is Silhouette 7. That doesn't look Silhouette 7. I don't know, Mike. I don't know what to tell you, bud. I don't know. I don't know if it's a new tag. Don't call it a new tag unless you know, because people are going to get upset. It's the Teshin Guntai. Also, no entry for Shinobu in this. The physical model you held up. Shut up. Yep, all these are already in here. Oniwabans, the Domaru are in here. So the Teshin Guntai is in Shinden Butai, which is the new sectorial. Oh yeah, look at that. The Arroyo is a different entry. So I think they got another tag coming. Because that is 100% a separate entry. So yeah, there is a third tag coming. Should be noted, again, no Shinobu, which sucks because I just got the model. By the way, this arm on this model can seriously go, like, lick a butt. That front arm is awful. Did not fit at all. Terrible. Terrible. Because there's, yeah, Kuriyama ninjas are in there. The Oniwabans are in there. Because they renamed ninjas because they're trying to get them to be specific clans now. Because there's the Kunai, which are the ones that still work for Yuching, excuse me. And then the Kuriyama ninjas are the one of the clans that still works for the JSA. I don't know what a Shizoku is. Oh, the Hatamoto is in vanilla. That's cool. Shikamis, yay! Yamabushi, look at that. That's fun. I really want to see this profile. The monks. I'm really hoping. I am so excited if it's a smoke throwing infantry model. Yo, that'd be sick. Because it definitely sounds like a war band. It's literally just some monk. And there's also specifically named there's specifically named tag pilots in the books now. I'm kind of curious to see where that goes. But yeah, Saito's still in there, but there's no Shinobu. Shinobu is gone. Which I'm hoping that she's still in whatever the other sectorial is going to be. I'm hoping. Because I love Shinobu. But they might just be trying to roll her into a Oniwaban profile. But we'll see. Did I answer your question there, Mr. Frank? Any other questions? Any other questions? Shinobu's just hidden to play in the army list. I suppose that's true. That's very possible. And the reason that the Raidens went away in the lore is because they suffered such heavy casualties in the uprising that they disbanded the unit. So that was the lore reason why the Raidens disappeared. The actual reasons why they disappeared, I don't know. Maybe CB just forgot to transfer the profile. But they have planted seeds for evil JSA, which is the power dichotomy between the Emperor and the corporations. Tell me about Space Pirate. Tell you about space. Oh, you mean the new model? I forgot to build him actually. Yeah, the Corsan or whatever. I did get the model. I just didn't build it. He's got interesting art, and then he looks completely different. I can have him ready by tomorrow. I could try and get him built. I don't know if that's the color scheme I would pick, but I really love the jacket. And the weird future cutlass/gun thing going on. I want Space Pirate Army. Give me AVA Yon-Yons. I take it there is still no Dash Rendar in the game. There sure isn't. You know what? Maybe this is the Dash Rendar. This could be the Dash Rendar. Because he's a pirate/smuggler man, but he's not a Jedi, so I don't know. I guess we'll never get Pony to play the game. It's gonna be a real shame when he actually comes out in Shatterpoint and he can't make that joke anymore. It's gonna really ruin his day. It's gonna tear him up on the inside. As far as like I don't know. As far as like pirate armies go, I mean, I'm actually kind of curious to see what they do with QK. I think that QK's. I just don't know what they're gonna do. The fact that Hawk's just not even in the book means that something's coming. Is that man over there? Minded. Darren must to make a drink. Remember a thing. He'll be hungover. Any other questions? Which elves, 7 and 8, are almost fully assembled? Got me a hornblower and a hag and even a standard bearer. Noise! I really dig the standard bearer. I think that's a really cool way to do it, where she's like running forward. I really like that version of the standard bearer. Did they include Sisters of Slaughter in Old World? Because I know they did with the new box, because that box originally came out when the new Dark Elf Codex came out. I'm pretty sure the Sisters of Slaughter were included in that kit. Good drink tomorrow, we'll be hungover. And I know that since Dark Elves got that weird, not actually an army thing treatment. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I really should read that book. That's right. I forgot you really love Dark. You came on to Best for the Dark Elf episode, didn't you? I have not heard that episode yet. I'm making my way to it, but that was not that long ago. My message is being checked by the moderator. Sissies, wow. Careful with that language. Man, Dan, you're such a potty mouth. It's been a long weekend. Sister Slaughters are in there, yeah. She's the most challenging so far, and yeah, I didn't see it. But I'm on my phone, so maybe that's why I couldn't judge him. This automod has been tuned to not offend him. It's been a long weekend. It's set to baby mode. Hey, just so you know, if you work in a job in the current day and age, you have to remember companies are trying to make money because they don't make sense. That's why they're so focused on making dollar bills. That's a terrible joke, I'm sorry. Alright, gonna go back in there, start cleaning up the pants. These new sculpts are really, really good. As far as line troopers go, these are some of the best ones I think I've seen yet. This box definitely wins for really, really banging models. I can't say if the profiles are any good because I haven't been able to see those, but it seems like one of the focuses of the new edition is to make melee better. So if that's the case, I'm sure JSA as a whole is going to get a lot. Is going to enjoy the improvements. That's a good one. Are you dad? Yeah, I'm not a dad. I am not a dad. I've at least not knowingly. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I picked it up because I got somebody out there running around. I fully expect to be like 60, hanging out on my deathbed, and have somebody come and tell me that I'm their dad. make melee better. I'll be the judge of that and how well my Guild Boys can do. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they distinguish between like trained fighters and then just like the Caledonians with the wild swinging type melee. Because it seems like if Berserk stays the same, Caledonia will probably stay relatively the same, right? In which case, because I think Caledonia is probably one of the best melee armies right now. Or, well, Ariadna. Because they have so much Berserk. So it's like, thankfully, if you have Berserk, you can just not care what their melee stat is because you're just going to hit them. And there's nothing they can do about it. So, like, they could be the best melee fighters in the world, but you're swinging, like, you're doing a Babe Ruth super swing. Like, it doesn't matter how good at melee they are, you're still going to hit them. They might hit you. And by might, they will hit you, because most good melee models, it's actually impossible to miss. But I really enjoy the concept of rolling multiple dice and picking the the better of the two or whatever. Like that really helps kind of bring it up. Because that was always the infuriating thing about using a melee model is like you could have a really well melee trained man, and then you roll up on some noob, and you just roll bad. Which can happen in anything, right? But at least when you're shooting guns, you get to roll. Usually, if you're shooting at something in the active turn, you're probably rolling at least 3 dice. I am one of the 3 melee sectorials. The big boom is Natural Born Warrior. Yeah. And I think Natural Born Warrior is going to be fine. They've already told us what it does, and I think it's fine. I don't think it will instantly gib every single melee model in the game now. But I do agree that it didn't make a lot of sense that some barbarian man, or in the case of 012, the blue coat, for them to just have Natural Born Warrior and essentially just tell some super well-trained samurai man that they need to sit down because they took a weekend class in the case of 012. Because they took police sensitivity training. And then they tase you. That white looking so good. So good! So good! Yeah, it was nice to counter martial arts. I always visualize the Natural Born Warrior like the Indiana Jones scene from the ninja doing a flip and then the Cameronian just stabbing him with a big sword that can't be blocked due to the sheer strength and size of it. Yeah, I agree. That's definitely what it is. I just like to think of it like during the Revolutionary War, where the British showed up and they were like, we're about to have a shootout. You should stand in a line. And then all the us Americans were like, nah, we're going to shoot you from the woods. And we just skirmished them to death. And they were like, that's not fair. You have to stand in a line and shoot at each other. That's what I feel like Natural Born Warrior is. Like, the guy shows up and he's like, all right, let's have us a real proper sword fight. And your guy's just like, and just fights super unorthodox. Like he's doing gut punches and stuff like that. And they will never take our freedom. Maybe in the new edition, Wallace will be taken all the time. The samurai is like the Scotsman, will definitely feint their first attack. Oh no, oh no, he's just stabbing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they're expecting some kind of like orthodox sword fight, but your guy's just like, stab me, I don't care. Just runs into the sword. You must die. I got dogged. You'll never take my freedom! And the guy's just like, I didn't want to take your freedom! You're attacking our city! They call that, an aggressive defense. They can't take your freedom if you attack them first. Also, if you haven't listened to the Cameronian episode of Arachne yet, you'll find out that Mike is very pro-government. He said his volunteers work for the government. Mike is pro-big government. Not looking good. Can't swing your sword if it gets stuck in a non-fatal part of you. That's also true. It's like, Samurai Jack. That's why Samurai Jack could never beat the Scotsman. And they were best friends until the day the Scotsman died. He even helped him like save his wife or whatever. Yeah, why is there no Samurai Jack in the game? CB, please. I guess that's kind of who Musashi is, but he's Samurai Jack. Also, I got to support my CIA agent watching me. Got to keep him paid. Yeah, Samurai Jack is Musashi. Okay. I mean, I figured that's probably what Samurai Jack is a reference to anyway, but... Which, speaking of which... Well, he was here just a second ago. Yeah, here he is. Eventually, we're going to have to paint him. Going Musashi. I intend to run him. I think he's sick. They really need to add the ability for people's swords to cut bullets in half. Like they need to put that in either put that into martial arts, or they need to add that as a skill where you can use certain models can use their melee stat against ranged attacks. Oh yeah, Andre and his friend Jake, the guy who yells "Wah," want a demo of Cyberpunk. Maybe got 2 more into it. That'd be cool. Parry this, you filthy casual shoots a samurai like in the movie, The Last Samurai, where he just gets riddled with bullets. Yeah, it's less effective against like a minigun. I'm just saying, like if somebody's shooting at you with a rifle, I think there should be some way for like the super melee masters to have like some kind of evening thing, you know? Alright, so the pants are effectively done. Nope, I still gotta do hers. They usually have dodge +3. Do they, though? Yeah, dodge +3 is nice and everything, but, I mean, you can't beat dice. Which, you know, I get. Melee guy versus gun, not great. Like, I get it. Because I think, the sword lady that I love, whose name is totally escaping me right now. Shona? Yeah, Shona has +3 dodge, you know that. If they have turbo melee and anti-range skills, that gives them too much. Well, yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, I think it'd be cool if you had a skill where a guy could cut a bullet in half. It would have to be on an expensive model. And it would have to be on a model that could 100% not kill anything unless it was in like melee range. Because Musashi has... He's got the sword, and he also has... What is it, a combi? And I know he's got a flash pulse. Smoke plus berserk. Yeah, I know. You can't berserk through smoke, because you need line of sight. Roll attack to behead, to behead this bullet. Yeah, you can't berserk on the turn you go through the smoke, but you can all the turns after. Because you need line of sight. Fails the beheading, the model commits seppuku. I have ashamed my family. JSA model Fails willpower check, have the lieutenant kill him to raise morale. They are guardsmen now. Well, that's what the political officers are for, right? That's what Kempentai, or however you say it, are. Because that was a real office in World War II. They were essentially like Japanese commissars. I think they have a little bit less negative connotation in the current Infinity world. I think they're more like just like political, like they're like morale officers, I guess. I doubt the Japanese in World War II had to like require their troops end their own lives. I doubt that was as big of an issue. Mixed history and 40k all into one faction. They got their stripes back. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna do some red. I don't know where Kara put my black, which is very annoying. Alright, I'm going before I get worse. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Mike. It's good talking to you, buddy. Alright, now we are going to paint the lines on the pants, similar to how the Canon paint job is. Looks like this. So we're going to do this, except we're going to do it in red. Well, if Mike's not talking, I need somebody to verbally spar with. Thanks, Omar. It's like right there. Do you have any excitement for the new edition of Infinity there, Wilmar? I think your sectorial, I think your army's gonna get off like scot-free. So versatile models. Hey man, listen. It doesn't matter to me. As long as everybody knows what they're getting into, it doesn't matter to me. I just made so since people were like, yeah, whatever, I was like, okay, whatever, bring whatever you want. 8 little witch elves all in a row, time for some Blood Bowl. Hooray! Have fun, Dan. I'm assuming you're playing online. funny because there isn't an Arcanist versatile model that helps against gunlines. I know that's when I didn't understand what he was getting at. Yeah, I was confused when he said it. I guess that the what is the word I'm looking for? The Corfi duet's not good enough for him, I guess. Boom, boom. Corfis aren't good enough, man. Nope, I'm playing it like a chess game. I set up the vampire team on one side and the dark elves on the other, and just keeps. Oh, that's fun. I've always thought about doing that kind of stuff, especially for like deployment for some of the games. I gotta say, you're a strong man. But to be on topic, I think the new edition will be neat. Might be cooler for me to get into a new edition with that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's a lot of that energy going around. Which I bet when the new edition comes out, people are, at least the Infinity people, might want to take a short break from Malifaux just to play a little bit more of the new edition. So the Wednesday thing might turn into a little bit of Infinity. So that might be a good time for you. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. I mean, listen, if you want to talk about versatiles, that is definitely on topic. This is a very Malifaux friendly channel. Also, I saw in the Discord that are you planning on not going to Adepticon? Because you said something. Nobody else responded to it. I was like, am I the only one that saw that? With the whole, you said something along the lines of like, yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun for people who are going, or something like that. That's not what I want. Black. That's what I want. Let's go. Okay, I was gonna say. I was surprised nobody said anything. I saw 6 people signed up for the turn. Yeah, it actually had a pretty good immediate turnout. I think the event will be fine. Because I think one of the people is also me. So I think we got 5. Here's the annoyance if Cyril can't go, and he's the one that made me change the thing. Yeah, I am really happy I did not paint the black. You talking about the limited format thing? I mean, honestly, I thought about putting it in there, but then I realized it was like, this is a lot of steps. And I don't want to have to explain how this works to 1,000 people. Ernie said he would do it, but I don't want to make him have to do that. Ernie also said he's going to sell his Bushido stuff, which he hasn't done that yet. So he's got a lot going on. I don't want to distract him. I think it's a great format, though. Yeah, I just didn't want to explain how the format works to, like I said, more than once. Like, I write it down, and then people are going to be like, I don't get this format. I'm just going to do whatever. I'm going to do what I was going to do anyway, which is probably just play a single master. Since a lot of the people that are playing are going to be new. I extended the event to a lot of the people in New Hampshire, but, like, almost universally, a bunch of them are like, oh, yeah, that's great. Or what is it you always get? It's like people say cool. And then I suspect none of them are actually going to come down. Which, you know, is fine. Whatever.
This silly message I have just asked the computer to read costs 750 channel points. Can you believe that?
No, I can't. I don't know why he increased the cost. I think it's ridiculous. Did he actually say why he increased the cost of this? Because out of all of the channel point stuff that you could do, this one was the one that, I don't know, like, didn't interfere the most. It was just somebody talking. But let me get, he kept like Toxic Tim and all that stuff in there. I mean, in essence, Wilmar, it's like, I bet, honestly, like, I could have done whatever, and it probably wouldn't make, like, a huge difference to much of anybody. The people that are good, they could have brought whatever, and the people that are not good were probably going to bring what they were going to bring anyway. Stretch. Ooh, got a good clavicle pop on that one. They got rid of Colossus? Thank you, Birdtooth. I needed it.
They jacked it up before they played their weird sci-fi RPG that no one has ever heard of, so people wouldn't interrupt the game. Joke's on them, though. I did it anyway. Beans, toast, beaches, and hoes.
Are you talking about the Star Omens thing? The one that I'm in?
No idea why he changed it. Whoops, there goes another 750.
I would change it back if I could. I don't have that power, though. I really enjoyed it, actually. Yeah, it's pretty good. The first session is definitely us, like, trying the system out. Apparently, it was, like, 2 scenarios that were, like, just roughly put together that had nothing to actually do with each other, but Dan made some kind of little rough story out of it. Which, fine, whatever. I thought because there's been 2 sessions. The last one was probably episode 1 of whatever it is they're planning on doing. I thought it went really well. You'll get second with Reva. Yeah, probably. That busted master. Classic Wilmar. So you're gonna play Rezzers? Ugh, you're gonna be a Rezzers player at your very first event? Jeez, scum. You're a bad man. And you should feel bad. It's my 3rd favorite show on the network. I think it's pretty good. It's got a really good cast. The cast of players is really good. Like, Ben is phenomenal. Ben is really funny. His character's great. Friend. Yeah, yeah, Friend is really good. I probably play the most vanilla of the characters. Tim's character is something else. Tim's character is definitely a Tim character. It's Reva or some less than nice lists. What lists do you play that are less than nice? I feel like I don't feel like anybody you play is egregious. You see, what I need to do is institute a rule where if somebody wins an event, the next one they have to play a henchman as a master. Does the Tim character have unresolved daddy issues and a boiling rage hidden just beneath the surface? Yeah, kinda. It definitely has some kind of daddy issue. I'm not sure if it's rage behind the surface. I think it might just be like rampant stupidity. He apparently is like a rich, like a rich family dilettante kind of character, where he definitely has some kind of daddy issue. That is for sure. One can easily turn into the other. That's very true. He hasn't acted angry at anything yet, but I think his character could very easily be turned into rage. Water everywhere. Over there. Make a drink. Remember a thing. We'll be hungover. Ooh, this line is not as clean as I wanted, but it'll do. We'll fix it in post. Misaki or Mayfan. What's wrong with Misaki? Misaki's not that bad. Misaki's really good. I don't think she's oppressive. I haven't played against New Mei Fang to make that call, but... I just think 10 Thunders are really strong. We will party. Find a way to make a drink. We'll be hungover. Titled Misaki, she has a good obey, TT, or yeah, Thunder, 10 Thunders are good. They're probably, I would actually probably venture to say they're in contention for maybe best faction. We're doing it live. We are doing it live. I think there are recordings of it though, Mr. Birdteeth. If you are a $5 patron, I think it unlocks it. I'm not sure if they're out yet, but they will be at some point. If you do Digital Nomad, you should get it. If you want to help me out specific, if you're not already a I want to say it's the $5 tier. Whatever tier I am, you get it. I'm pretty sure mine's 5. So it might be in the Patreon. Okay. All right. So if it's not, I don't know if they've put it out yet, but you should get it when they do. There's going to be a little bit of a break too because Tim has to go to the World MCP World event thing, the World Tournament, WTC I think it's called. But the first episode I thought was good. Oh, ask Dan. I guess it's his 3rd favorite show. And I trust Dan. And if you're also curious about the other live play that's happening, that's sort of in the network, if you go to Arachne, I put the first episode of the Malifaux live play in there. Little House, Big City. Yeah, that one's free. That one's already out. I know that. The second one, it'll come out as soon as Kara's done editing it. Which I think we have I want to say we got like 6 episodes of that. Yeah, I think it's really good. Dan plays a great character in that one. Father Willem is a fantastic character. I really like his thing, and his story is the current focus because the way that game works is somebody's story becomes like the focal point of the adventure, and you slowly resolve each person's like destiny that is preordained in a way at the beginning and during character creation. And currently, where we are in recording, Dan's character is the focus. Top 5, and he's in it. It's in his top 5, and he's in it. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. I was getting a little worried there, Dan, that... I know, right? The standards are completely unreasonable. I was a little worried that Rob was just not going to release it because he kept saying he was going to edit it, and then I don't think he ever started. So I was like, I really want people to hear this, so I'm just going to do it myself. Which I'm glad I did. I love Rob, but I don't know what he's distracted. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Because he already does one podcast, right? He does the Japapa one. And let me tell you, editing is butts. So I don't even necessarily blame him for not wanting to do editing. But it's all right. All right. Well, by those standards, what is Elite 8 Showdown? What's the top of that? I'm trying to figure out what your list is. You might as well just write your list. I think you might have, but I'm glad to see it. Yeah. Well, because when I mentioned that I was putting it out, he made some kind of comment about how I was putting him on the spot and forcing him to put it out, and then when I released it, he made a comment saying that he had not started. Yeah, Gossiping Japapa. Yeah, right. Is he the one that does the editing for that? And like I said, I'm not upset that he didn't do it. I just was like, I have people that are asking me about this. I really just want this to be out. Yeah, it's a good thing I did that black thing first, and I didn't fully finish the black, because my goodness, this would have looked terrible. Cookies. Japapa, Lost Omens, Elite Showdown tied with Star Omen. Really? Oh, so I guess that makes 4. Little House and then Gossiping Japapa. So the other podcast that you're in. Wow. Jeez. I love that. Well, thank you very much, Dan. I really got to actually listen to Japapa. I have not actually ever listened to it. Everybody loves it, though. I gotta take a look at this jacket real quick. Yeah, all this whole thing's gotta be black. Okay. It's one of the reasons I don't like working on a white primer, because it really takes a lot of paint to get it to just cover. Elite 8, it is pretty funny. I was in a couple of them. They're funny. They can be really funny. There's definitely some gems. They're I don't want to say redoing it, but they're making more episodes of it. I think the reason it stopped was because of Chuck. Elite 8 Showdown is significantly better in the first. You think better in the first 50? They probably didn't have as much of a filter back then. I don't know. I feel like you just run out of stuff to talk about. When I went on there, I did my best to try and like maybe make something a little bit more like thought-provoking. They're not all thought-provoking. So I have heard, I'll believe it when I hear it, as Elite... Oh, is that how it's working? Elite 9? Yeah, I was going to say, Tim says that supposedly they've already recorded like 8 episodes of it. But yeah, I think it just got canceled because of yeah, because Chuck got busy with life or whatever the heck was going on with him, and then Tim is kind of he's hard to pin. Let's just put it that way. Tim's a great guy. I love Tim, but sometimes recording stuff with him can be tricky because he's really busy, which is why I think there hasn't been a Wait, Did I Roll a Wild for a little while. And I think the Twitch took a lot of his time, but he does really well with it. So I think right now he's just like trying to focus on the things that give him like the most bang for his buck. That may not be a good like way to say it, but I think he's just doing the stuff that I think people want the most, which is good because that's obviously what he should be doing. I don't know anything and everything. That is a very wide. That's true. I will say one of my weakest things as a human being is I am not great at idea generating. Like when I'm at work and I'm thinking of ways to market, I'm sitting there just thinking like, what can I even do? And then I'll talk to somebody and they'll be like, why don't you just do this? And I'm like, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? 'Twas most certainly dancelled. Nat! Hey, listen. When you go and see him, make sure you tell him you're gonna dancel him. Dan's easy to lure. Just lure him to some place where he's very vulnerable and you just take it out on him. I know what I said. Oh, I know what I said. He's very easy to make fall into a trap. I think they call that gullible, I think is the right word. It is already 11:30. Holy crap, I totally lost track of time. Guys, thanks for hanging out with me. I'll probably stop around midnight. I apologize that we didn't really get all that far. Because we only painted all the white and the face. Dan is a treasure, that's true. I love Dan. The fire department said they wouldn't pull out any more bits. Oh, God. Dylan at work. Word open on the screen. The words is, what is marketing on the screen as he waits for a page to load that won't ever load. What is it? Please. Hey, man. Marketing as a medical person is tricky. Is that bottom thing? I think that bottom thing's supposed to just be like jacket. Like the frill of the jacket? If it is, then I feel stupid. Yeah, that's jacket frill. I think I will do that in black though. I think I'll look good in black. Okay. But yeah, seriously, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. It's been fun. I've completely lost track of time. That's usually a good sign. I wish I was a faster painter. I'm sorry. But these models are gorgeous. And there's a lot of detail. And again, this white primer is not making it easy. I keep using it because I want to get rid of that stupid bottle, but every time I do, I'm like, why did I do this? Too late for this cowboy. 10 witches in the drawing room. Priming and painting next. Man, I gotta say, well done, Dan. Witch elves are a nightmare to build. I got quite a lot of priming and building. Yeah, dude, that is probably the thing I've heard the most about this stream for people. Is it's like the perfect opportunity to just do all those little hobby things that you wish you were able to do, like priming and building. Like, this is like the perfect excuse to do that stuff. Is you just listen to me yab on and on. That should be on the back of the box. You want to listen to some guy just stumble over his words about something stupid while you build a model? Look no further than the Deezaster Zone. Okay, now we start painting the red. I'm a huge fan of this Chimerix, the red. It is a very rich red. Picture in the Discord, but all 10 built tonight. You are an inspiration. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that, buddy.
Is that the famous phthalo blue painter, Dr. D?
Sure is, buddy. That's me. Yeah, we should do another whip session for sure. I always try and do 2, but I inevitably get caught up in what I'm doing, and then we only ever do it once. I hope you guys are half as excited for Spider Clan as I am. I have been having a blast painting these JSA models. They're fun. The good news is I usually always enjoy painting Infinity models. They're like just that right amount of complex combined with the tedium of just like having lots of like little things. But they're not like so complicated that they become unenjoyable to paint. Like as an example, look at that. Like that red is. It needs another coat, but you can tell it's like starting to get it's starting to get rich, which I love. And I'll probably at somewhere on the model, I'm probably going to paint a spider. I'm thinking on the front of the foot greave, I'm probably going to put like a little maybe a white spider. Night, Dan. Oh, well, if he's not here, I don't see why we got to do it. No, let's do it. This will be quick. So here are the witches that Dan built. Look at that. Those models are a nightmare to build. I love the banner, though. The banner carrier. Huge fan of that one. That's probably my favorite base sculpt. The leaping forward with the two blades behind her back one. That one's really good. Big fan. And then Bird Teeth says he built the horse fellas and finally primed all the antique models a friend gave him. Oh, these are old. Oh god, these are old. Those are old Spawn right there, or not Spawn. Possessed. Old Possessed models. Oh, by the way, they announced Emperor's Children as a separate faction just recently, or something like that. I was reading. I'm not sure what that looks like. A plague bearer. Some kind of standard bearer. And then these are the new Chaos Knights, right? These actually look really good. The new Chaos Knight box is great. Oh, I see the new Chaos Warriors back there. The new Chaos Knights are awesome. I think that sculpt is baller beyond all belief. You talking about the Adepticon one, Tizzy? That is some kind of standard bearer for Nurgle and the Varen Guard. I am so good at this. They are ultra heavy. Yeah, bro. The new sculpt is like the old sculpt, good. The new one, oh my god, it's so good. You having a good night, Tizzy? That's going to be black. No. Okay, well, that's fair. Why not, buddy? These are such Japanese style jackets, it's crazy. I love them. As I paint these, you could say that I am in fact turning Japanese. Actually, Tizzy, it's funny that you pop in. I was yesterday. I was thinking about the that Korean chicken place we went to. When I came over there for squad goals. That place, it was so good. That chicken is so good. The one that had like Doritos or whatever as a flavor. Oh my god. Let's go. I'm glad when you think of me, you immediately think of fried treats. I didn't say I thought of you. I said I thought of the food yesterday. And then I thought of the food, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I wonder how Tizzy's doing. So listen here, bud. Well, from the sounds of it, we might be hanging out at PAX Unplugged. If I could at least sort of think of what you're going to tell me we can do there. Let's go. That'll be fun. We got to go to Insomniac Cookies. Yeah, I think. Well, I would like to. Whether it happens or not, we'll see. But as long, I think if I can keep the cost down, I think I'll be fine.
I am trying to help you out. You should try it for me sometime. You selfish bastard.
What did I do? I've almost finished a model for you, buddy. I thought this Ajax is coming along pretty good. Life got really weird, and I couldn't fully finish it, but it's almost done. I just got to do the backpack and the hammer, and then fix up the face. And then boom. Free Dr. D paint job. Which I could probably give to you at PAX, actually. Tizzy, I have offered to help you every chance I've ever had. Because I love you. That's a good red. Look at that. So good. So good. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a little ice yellow, or we'll use cold yellow. This really like super unsaturated yellow. I don't want to hear about this damn box. I would be selfish if you gave that to me because I would just never paint it. That would force me to be selfish. So we're gonna take this red and we're gonna mix a little bit of that yellow in there, and you get this like pretty awesome looking orangish red. And we're gonna use that to do the edge Some of the edgy highlights. Legion of what now? He, or you could just paint. I don't want to paint it. I got so much other crap I gotta do. Do you see this? I got a whole starter from CB I gotta paint. Tizzy, you have to understand how tempted I am to actually paint the stupid thing for you. He'll paint Ewoks for days, but not Legion. How do I unsubscribe? I can't win. There's no winning. You know what, Tizzy? If you really, really want me to paint it, when I'm done with this Shatterpoint stuff, you can mail the stupid thing. And I cannot promise how long it will take me to paint that. But by God Almighty, if that's what it takes to make you think that someone appreciates you, I'll do it. Joke's on me, you'll never be done with Shatterpoint. I'm actually not that far. Tomorrow I was hoping to finish at least one of the Leias, if not both. Because usually with my 2 days off that I have that I can do for painting, I take one of them and dedicate it to like painting like stuff for Mike and the other people that are like paying. And then the other one I try and finish one of Jesse's models, but it doesn't always work out that way. Yeah, that's the red, though. That's what the red is going to look like when it's done. Does it look good? Should I make it brighter? Or is that a good enough red? You think it looks good? Alright, we got one person saying it looks good. I'm going to make it a little brighter in certain spots. Because most of the time I notice if a red doesn't look good, it's because it's too bright. Okay. Looks like looks like trash. You think the muted red is better? Okay, I put a couple little brighter spots. You can't even see it on your guys' end, but I put a couple little brighter spots in there. I like it a little better now. Trash. Sheesh. So, like, in all, like, honesty, though, with the Legion box, like, what are you actually gonna, like, do with this thing? I know that, you know, you have to be, like, the Legion guy for Adepticon and everything, but, like, who are you, like, are you intending to, like, play it? Like, are you playing it to, like, learn it? Okay, so it's like, yeah, you are actually, like, gonna, like, play it to learn it. Like, who are you playing with? Do you actually have people that play in your area? Because, I mean, I remember you saying that you have trouble finding games for MCP. Good night, Mr. Birdteeth. Hope you have a lovely night, my man. You want to play with locals, okay. So you actually do have people to play it with. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. I figured that was one of your issues. Because, like, a lot of the people that I help paint their stuff, it's like, my usual rule of thumb is I don't want to paint something that's not going to get used. Like, that's one of the reasons why Jesse's situation, like, aggravates me so much, because I don't think he uses half of the stuff I paint, because he plays meta. So, like, heaven forbid, I paint every single model that AMG releases, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to use, Psylocke or whatever, because she's not good. Jeez. God. That one is really loud. That one, holy crap, that one got me. You timed that near perfectly. I was totally absorbed in what I was saying, and you nailed me. That was my guilt. I don't have any guilt. I'm too stuck up and too much of a content creator to understand guilt. I'm only playing one faction for that's good. Well, I mean, I guess that's like somewhat to his advantage, right? Like, that's what MCP is. Like, you can technically just play whoever with whatever. It's not like it's super faction locked per se. But even then, it's just like, I think that in some ways that makes it to the game's detriment, because there's just certain characters that just never get played. And then when they do the updates, if they don't change the character, which they usually don't, the character just remains not good. Well, regardless. Well, here's the thing. Like, let's just say I paint this starter box for you. That's not enough for an army, is it? It is. Okay. All right. And you're sure about that? So like if I paint this thing, it's not going to be a case of you can't even play the thing until you buy like 3 other boxes. Because I looked up Shadow Collective. Because I can't say that I wasn't tempted. Because I think Shadow Collective is probably one of the cooler armies in that game. Boom, boom. I am not painting it. Okay, all right. I'm telling you, because Tizzy, if you really want me to paint the stupid thing, I will. Because I know life is stressful. I want to help. Where's that jacket? Okay, what's the same color? Where's the jacket? I am getting ready to start a podcast on YouTube channel, then we will talk. Are you really? That's awesome. I am not famous enough for you to want to. I mean, depending on the circles, Tizzy, I think you might be one of the most famous people out of all of us. You see, we might be famous to like, you know, people that play games. You're famous to the people that run games. You're famous to the people that, no offense, kind of matter. Not that people that, you know, play games don't matter, but the people that run these things are, they're the ones you want on your good side. No one knows who I am. I like that. Well, you're like the, I don't know, what's like the word? Like Kara used like support person or support staff or whatever. You're like the perfect number 2. Yeah, you're definitely like the best number 2. Yeah, Ernie's that way with me, where it's like I'll do the planning of the idea, and then Ernie's like the guy that actually like makes it happen. In a lot of ways. So, yeah, she has support staff. Yeah, that's what she is. Community is the one thing. Yeah, that's fair. I agree. That's what I'm saying. I didn't really know how to like word that. A community needs like a skeleton though to exist. Otherwise, it'll just wither. Okay. Stick it right here. Are you actually starting a podcast and all that stuff, though? That's awesome. Tim won't let me do it on the network. Really? I find that alarmingly surprising, if that's actually true. I mean, I guess it would just depend on the content. Told me I wasn't famous enough. Oh yeah, that's true. I think the only reason he wanted me to start my own podcast is because I think I was starting to get a little more famous than him in the MCP community. It's probably a good thing I dropped it. Well, if you ever need any help with it, man, just keep me posted. I'll gladly help. That's not hard. Tim isn't even a household name in his own house. That's painful. Youch. Yee, yeesh, yee, yee. That's rough. I'm amazed he's doing WTC. I was shocked when he said he was going. That's a trip. That is a trip. I don't know if I'd want to get on a plane to go to Copenhagen to work. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. But, you know, gotta do what you gotta do, I suppose. I mean, I guess the numbers will be good. Because people are going to tune in for that. That is for sure. Because even in a weird way, Tizzy, like the way the dominoes fell, right? Like even me doing what I'm doing wouldn't have happened without you, because I don't think PCN really even hit the map until you gave them the Adepticon. I don't want to say sponsorship, but the ability to go and do the stream there. Like I think that's probably the thing that really started their catapult. Like I recognize that. So I thank you. Otherwise, I don't think Arachne would have happened without that. Because I probably wouldn't have been in a position to start my own thing. I spit fire like an, like an Apache helicopter. It was their work at the shows that did it for them. It was their work at the shows that did it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because they're just goofy. We just showed them the. Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely wouldn't. Yeah, definitely not otherwise on that. I'm just saying, like, it couldn't have happened without you having that door nudged open for him. I'm just saying that the way the dominoes fell, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if that hadn't have happened. But still, Copenhagen. He sucks. Yes, and he still won't paint a simple Legion box for me. That guy won't even paint a simple model for himself. The fact that Lindsay and Dan do as much as they do to make stuff happen, he's a lucky man. I don't do well with painting deadlines, let's just put it that way. Because I'll be honest, I'm a little worried about Adepticon because I'm like I want to play JSA, but I got to make sure it's all painted, and I know I have quite a bit of time, but it goes by real fast. Oh, you're still painting about me? Oh yeah. Well, you got to realize I'm very stupid. Otherwise, I would have caught that. No, now's a perfect time to actually. $19 viewers, guys. Thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate that. I still have to paint a ton of MCP for Adepticon. Yeah, I can only imagine. Because I'm assuming your collection's still the one they use for What If? And the thing is, I'm sure that is, you know, also, you know, all the other stuff you got to do with like paint team and all that. I can only imagine. Crazy. Absolutely insane. When's the first paint team thing? Working every weekend. I thought, what about the ones where people fly in and all that? We have already... Oh, you've already had one. Okay. Like I said, I'd like to help out with those, if you tell me when one is. Like, as far as, like, work goes, I'm right on the verge of having that money breakthrough that I need to be, like, good. Like, because I make a certain percentage of everything that I make, of that, you know, like the business takes in, based on what I do, and I'm like right there below the threshold for bonuses. So and the thing is, I'm even ahead of schedule, which is good, because I probably was gonna have to go. We were like kind of expecting that I probably have to go like another month or two, where I would still be making like the minimum, but I think I might be able to start hitting the number that is like either right below when I start getting more, or I might actually be able to finally get above it. Because when Nina was gone, I flew past that number. Like, I rocketed past it. And then it came back down just because she came back. So I know that the potential is there. At this point, it's just like actually hitting the number. And at this point, it's just kind of like it's just a time thing. You can then pay someone to paint my Legion box for me. I could, yeah, that's true. I feel like it might be more responsible to use that money for something else, but I could pay for that. That's true. And then I'm gonna, my current employer, she has 401k with matching. Oh my gosh. I don't have to do all my retirement on my own. Amazing. Yeah, I don't think I don't think doctors can get pensions. Or it's definitely not, at least it's not something that is consistently given to doctors, that's for sure. Or well, Kairos, definitely not. Yeah, I wish I had a pension. That'd be awesome. Pensions are rare, man. That's not even a doctor thing anymore. They just, like, corporations just don't do that anymore. You gotta have a real baller employer to want to do that. Doctors don't need pensions. They steal enough money from the working man throughout their careers. Yeah. Hey man, I've definitely seen some things that doctors do, and that make me raise my eyebrows. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I left my old job. Because it was mostly like a PIP, which they call personal injury. And I just I did not like the way they were doing business. So, I was like, can we like focus on this other stuff that's like not as like shady? And they were like, no. And I was like, okay, I'm going to leave. So I left. And I was like, I'll just start my own business, because clearly there's like a lot of room for growth, because most chiros don't want to do that. And I'm like, all right, well. And it's been very lucrative. Just so you know, I'm still... You don't understand. The BMW was a gift that was cursed. I didn't want it. I don't want to drive a BMW. I do not want it. That thing has cost me so much money. Well, just so you know, like I said, it was a cursed gift. I don't think you wanted this. Yeah, I wanted to finish the red. I'm almost done, Rylan. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, bud. I just wanted to finish up the color I was working on, so I could feel like maybe I did something tonight. And I get to hang out with Tizzy. You don't get to do that a lot. Good night, Rylan. I mean, just to put it into perspective, that gift is probably one of the reasons I couldn't pay. Well, I was close to not being able to pay rent. It was a rough. But I managed to get on top of it, barely. Which that would be one of the reasons why I couldn't go to PAX. It's just because I'm still going to be paying that bill off. Do you rent from a corporation you own? I heard all the 1%ers do that. I do not. I would love to, but I do not. Do you rent from a corporation I own? No. No, I don't. That'd be baller though. Alright guys, bam! Look at that. That is 3 I forgot what I was painting. Senju? Is that what they're called? Senju? I know it's Japanese for pioneer. I know that. Senju? Senku. That's what it is. Senku. I'm a genius. So guys, that's 3 Senkus. They're not done. I gotta do the black. and then the base, and then the brown leather stuff, and that's it. Actually got pretty close. So I might be painting these guys tomorrow. I'm probably going to paint them on my own, at least a little bit. So maybe like tomorrow it'll be like the tail end of it. So we'll see. And then we'll keep painting stuff. So we're probably going to be painting Infinity stuff for probably like a month, at least until the Infinity new edition comes out, the new box. And we will work on this new stuff. Good job, Doc. You are once in a day type of talent, not once in a lifetime. Oh, thank you. Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate that. Oh, you hit me right there. So hopefully, if you are curious about the new planet and you're like, oh yeah, I want to like base my planets like they're on Senju, we'll be doing some desert basing stuff. I might leave that for tomorrow, specifically to show you guys, because this kind of stuff, like with the pigment powder, makes it pretty easy, and it's not hard to do. So it might be good to have a recording of that. Seriously. Oh, you made me think I suck. Thanks, man. But yeah, we'll just keep pounding away at it, and eventually it'll be done. And this might be the army I play at Adepticon. So who knows? Wouldn't that be something? Hopefully I'll play it at Everwinter too. Which I hope you're coming up for Everwinter, buddy. That'd be good to see you. Like I said, you could definitely stay at my house. It could be a pretty cheap trip for you if you want. I'm kidding. They look great. Love watching you make magic out of those blank canvases. I don't know. These blank canvases are pretty gorgeous. These models are phenomenal. New box. So far, everything I've seen, 10 out of 10. Really, really good box. Especially if you want to play JSA. The new sculpts are very thematic and just really, really cool. And I'm not even a big Pano fanboy, but some of these sculpts are real good. Like, I love the Scarecrow, and the black AIR, Black Air, is probably my favorite sculpt in the whole box. I don't know why. It's just the way he like drapes his arm over the rifle. I don't know. It's really cool. But I will not be starting a Pano army, but we'll be painting all this, and I'll probably after I do the demos for it and other stuff happens, I might just be selling the other half of this. So keep your eyes open. I know Ernie said he might be the one that wants to buy it, but in some ways I'm going to try and convince him not to, because I don't think he needs it. But whatever, you know, that's what it is. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it as a giveaway. We'll do it as a gifted sub giveaway. We'll do the one half of this box. That'd be fun. But guys, it has actually been a privilege to hang out with you guys, especially Tizzy. It's good to see you, buddy. I'm glad you could come in and hang out for a while. Don't forget to check out the Patreon if you are interested in helping out the network, the PCN, Patreon, Professional Casual Network. If you want to help me out specifically, use the Digital Nomad tier. And don't forget to check out all the really cool things that the network's been making. There's now the Star Omens, which is the Starfinder podcast. There's Japapa. There is Arachne. Can't forget about Arachne, which is an Infinity podcast, which is all the stuff I'm doing. And there is now a Malifaux live play in that, if you are curious about Through the Breach, which is probably one of my favorite RPGs of all time. It's really good. And yeah, thanks for just listening to me babble. I do a lot of it, that's for sure. So, guys, I hope you have an absolutely excellent night, or morning in this case. And if it's your birthday, happy birthday. I love you, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye! Especially you, Tizzy. Bye!
Oh, so, because I'm the target of this, so I get hit with this? Yes. Alright. Let's do it. I'm blocking one.
There's 3.
Alright, he'll take 2.
Alright. Is that 2 slaps? Or
Yeah, probably. You gotta go both ends with it.
I need you to feel that. Just feel it.
It's real crusty. It's hard.
It's gonna shatter. Alright, here it is. The nice little bear. It's thematic. Alright, ready? Just don't even think about it.
Oh, right in the lips. Right in the nose, too. Oh, yeah, the other side.
He's laughing at you.
I'm good.
This is the most ridiculous episode. I love it.
And it's still intact.
It's still-
The other one broke before.
That's because you whipped it.
The world broke